Remember to like.
And subscribe.
Welcome to the case of the Serialized Killer. You're joined here by two very professional detectives. We know what we're doing. We know how to stop crime. We don't commit it.
Who are the professional detectives?
I don't know. I'm sure they'll come at some point.
Let's get to it.
Let's go. The doors were
Oh,
all
who's
locked. Oh, do you want to be it, or do you want me to?
Yeah, you can be it.
Okay. The doors were all locked, and the windows barred. The afternoon sun barely managed to leak into the dusty mansion. But when the visitor knocked, the sharp sounds resonated throughout the halls. Somewhere, inaudibly over their knocking, a pitiful voice let out a groan. Anne called out into the hallway. Clumsy hands pulled a pillow over his face.
That's so loud. I swear I can see it. If it doesn't stop, this headache will crack my skull in two.
I think that's illogical, actually.
Well,
Have you had that happen to you?
I got better.
Oh, well, that's good at least. While one man complained, another was already rushing to answer the door. You have a hangover, not a headache.
Have mercy, Holly. I can't handle this today.
You couldn't handle it yesterday. And I don't think you've had a lobster's chance in boiling water of handling it tomorrow. Unsympathetic, but undeterred, Holly Faraday made his way towards the front door. He ignored the other speaker and the continued whining. Oh, no whining?
Oh. Oh, yeah, I hate that.
I'm sure the viewers will love it. He
Oh, no.
sighed. The moaning wouldn't stop until the knocking did, and Faraday would have to be the one to take care of it. Opening the door was a quiet. Wait.
Yeah.
Quite a task. Wow, I cannot speak. That's why I'm the
this is
narrator.
gonna be an awkward 4 hours.
It'll be even more. He muttered through a devious set of tongue-twisting charms, cracked a stick of chalk over the handle, and detached a frankly ludicrous amount of dead bones. An interesting in the novelty of ritual magic has worn off months ago. The seal broke, and the crisp air entered, full of the staticky flavor of fall. Holly blinked as his eyes adjusted. Wow, I'm a good narrator. He hadn't missed all that sunlight, nor the serious, stiffly disapproving faces of people on the outside, probably because they didn't solve something yet.
Yeah.
A messenger was standing in the step, letter in hand. Whomever had sent it had paid it to be hand-delivered.
Urgent letter for Mr. Mr. Ludlud? Kale?
Holly raised an eyebrow. They paid to have it hand-delivered. But not, it seemed, enough to know the recipient. Lodi Keldil. I can't say it either.
Ludicale.
The eel. It's the eel.
Ludicale?
No, it's eel now.
Ludicale? Ludicale.
Ludicale. Eel.
So it's not Ludicale, it's Ludicale.
Ludicale.
Alright.
Okay, so they're not named after. Okay, no kale. Comprehension seems to have dawned on the messenger's face, quickly followed by an inevitable glimpse of distaste.
I see. Him.
Faraday took a letter from his hand and gave it the once-over. It's not a bomb, is it? That got the joke's attention.
You want it to be? No,
Maybe.
sir. It's a personal invitation.
Well, damn. Really? Well, toss my oars. Thanks.
I don't see them out here.
Oh, well, you know, they're somewhere. Haley rummaged in his pocket for a tip, and once that transaction was accomplished, set about resealing the door, which took 30 minutes exactly. Let's wait.
Okay. So,
Would you put a bunch of deadlocks on your door? Do you have a bunch of deadlocks on your door?
you know, a deadbolt here, deadbolt there.
About 20?
20, that's a very low number.
Oh. Okay, so there's more. My information is not
I think
correct.
it's been
Let's
half an
continue
hour.
on. He didn't want to be responsible for anything escaping. Soon, the business was accomplished. All that was left was to find out what was in this letter. Harry!
Quieter, please. Oh, it really is Disco Elysium. Drunk. Damn, Harry.
You should get up. Open your mail yourself. Faraday could hear angry muttering as Harold got out of bed. He sounded irate. But at least he was up.
I won't do it! I've done 2 before, and it's also terribly demeaning.
2 stocking-clad feet met the ground. Then one of those feet failed to keep balance, and the ground became a crater with a pair of elbows and a forehead.
Seances are just as tasteless. Blech. Seances are just a tasteless parlor trick.
True. He clawed his way up the doorframe, and Harold Ludacille, the eel, stood as tall as he momentarily could.
How dare they? They're speaking to a true alchemical genius.
Who was drunk? I'm sorry, hungover.
Man who can control the fabric of the human soul.
Holly fluttered the letter at him. Why don't you try controlling the fabric of your pants, buddy? Hall took a moment to register his state of undress. And that moment was all it took to puncture what little energy he had.
Be that as it may, neither I nor anyone could show up and summon the souls of the dead. Their regrets or outstanding grievances, perhaps I could summon those. But any vengeful presence strong enough to contact might kill the whole lot of them, rather than shake the table.
Holly sighed again. Maybe it would have been better to leave Harold passed out in the chaste lounge. After all, Harold couldn't be pedantic while passed out. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
On the chassis?
No, I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Okay.
I'll tell the spell person you said no then. Harold waves a permissive gesture.
Good. Don't call me unless the big ones escape.
It took a moment for anything to filter through the muck of his brain, and as the neuron finally made contact, Harold tripped again.
I don't know how to like. Me throwing my mic at the screen.
You tripped yourself.
Bell?
Really in the dedication.
As in Bernadette Bell, the author?
Holly caught both Harold and the silent wild look in his eye.
The famous author?
Yeah. Managing both Harold and the letter was certainly a handful, but Holly managed to reread the letter. Which was to say, the ladder of the letter. I already went to the letter. It says, Professor Ludacille, I request your presence. Yeah, baby? We now have a cat. The cat's leading it. Okay. Professor Ludacille, I request your presence at a party at my home this coming Saturday. I have heard tell of your incredible research into the supernal sciences, and I need a man with your expertise for a job. I could trust no one else with this important task. My regards, Bernadette Bell. Harold got to his feet, brushing himself off.
Well, it would be the pinnacle of rudeness, Klein.
So, will you bring business cards to this? Or will you just pass out slips labels, kiss ass, so they know your real job? Harold shook his head, hungover suddenly absent.
How do you not know Belle? She's been serialized for 2 years now? Writes those murder mysteries with the shockingly grisly means that, okay, the serialized killer, okay. All right. Title.
Holly shrugged.
An associate of hers was just murdered a few days ago. The irony kept it all over the papers. They have no leads at all, claiming an imp might have been the murder weapon.
It's creepy to obsess about other people's business.
You never know when you might need that information. We wouldn't want to make a faux pas if we met her.
Psh, fine. I guess that settles it. Even if you just said seances were fake.
I mean, it's more complicated than that. And even if there's very little evidence that they're real, you never know what we might find out in the future.
That's a longer way to say fake.
So? They want good ghost story for their party? What's wrong with that? Well, it's not deceptive, say. It's fun for the guests if we all pretend it's real. That's the idea.
Holly chuckled. Oh, I accidentally skipped one line.
Sorry, I didn't hear that part?
We definitely said something there. Seeing you
I am
lie
still too hungover
ass off
for this.
sounds like a show I don't want to miss. So I'm going to come along. Plus they said there'll be dinner. So I'm going to come along. I haven't gotten to eat something. I didn't cook myself in ages.
So you're gonna come along?
Maybe. Harold chewed the inside of his cheek for a moment before responding.
Just promise me you won't embarrass me.
Me?
You.
Me?
You.
With you running around playing pretend about fake ghosts for a scrap of establishment acknowledgement? Do you really think I'm going to be the embarrassing one? Me?
Well, you don't exactly know how to dress.
Holly didn't
Negative
see fit to
riz.
dignify that with a response. He turned around and left Harold standing in the hall in his undergarments. A week later, Faraday and Harold stood dwarfed by the massive mansion of Bernadette Bell. I almost said Hall. My mind is stuck on halls.
Thank goodness I bought the big jar of salt. This place is gonna need a lot to seal.
If you're going to be faking the ghosting, why bother sealing anything?
I'm a professional, Holly. I am, at least, capable of sealing a building until sunrise.
Sure you can stay up that late?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
That's what I thought. Stepping onto the front porch, their feet passed over a metal grate. The strange device on the floor set off a ringing tone inside the house. Do you think that's an imp doorbell? It seems excessive. Not to mention expensive.
Or maybe the place is rigged up with electricity. She must be even richer than I thought.
Oh no.
How do I look?
Fine.
I really wish you'd have dressed in something nicer.
This is the nicest stuff I have. Plus, it's not like clothes change who you are. Either they'll like you or they won't. Unsurprising, this did nothing at all to assuage Faraday's companion. Associate. Huh. Well, that was a question. What was Harry Ludikiel to him?
Lovers, lovers, lovers.
Love. What even were they anymore? Keeping track of Ludikiel's social lives was one thing. But by this point, even finding a true label was beyond Faraday's capabilities. Especially because he really, really didn't want to think about any of that right now. Just say I'm your assistant. They won't care then. Oh, that only made it worse. Faraday tried again. So, you read a few books before this week, right? You did read them, right?
Well, I read a bit.
Define a bit.
I fell asleep on the third page. I usually like seafaring stories, but it was so dreary. Don't look at me like that. There's gonna be a play soon. I'll simply watch that when it comes out.
But the short stories are good.
I'm certain they are. You can tell me all about how the book was better once we've seen the show.
Look, the first one sucks. She's clearly never been on a boat before. But they get a lot better.
Do they now?
I wanted to come prepared, so I read a few. There was the sound of movement behind the door. The host herself, Bernadetta Bell, opened the door. A robust woman in fashionable dress, which was a touch of tiredness in her gaze and a rasp in her throat. A stern, elderly figure stood behind her. Would you like to take this one, or shall I?
I want, but they said rasp in the throat, so I'm like, oh, how do I manage that? Because I already have this voice, so...
Listen, just ignore it. I'm the
Okay.
narrator, I'll just rewrite it.
Oh, it's Dr. Ludikiel! I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I haven't been feeling up to snuff lately. It's no trouble, Miss Bell, and please, call me Harold. Harold it is then. I'm glad you could make it. It might have been rather short notice, but for you, anything. I must confess to being something of a fan.
Lily.
And this is my assistant, Holly Faraday. Don't worry, I understand how valuable good help is. Wink. This is my editor, Debbie Vance.
Vance extended her wrist towards Harold. Her dress and demeanor were both firmly rooted in the prior century. I was the one who told her about your work. Harold, no stranger to dusty old custom, kissed the back of Vance's hand.
A pleasure to meet you both. Come on in, don't just stand out there. I want to get started as soon as everyone else has arrived.
Truly amazing.
Miss Bella, I need some time to, prepare. I love that you kept this whole thing very mysterious. Suits a mystery writer like yourself. But I do need to know whom I'll be summoning. My friend Gareth Canterbury. Such a recent death might be difficult to summon? If you can't do it, then please tell me now.
Called out.
I meant for an amateur, it would be impossible. But for an experienced summoner like me, it shouldn't be a problem.
Faraday leans in to whisper, Harry, how the hell are you going to fit? Harold hissed back softly.
Have you ever heard of hot reading?
Harold puffed his chest out. He seemed filled head to toe with confidence, instead of trepidation and gin.
We need to get a list of the deceased person's traits and attachments so we can contact her properly. Faraday, take some notes from me.
Harold thrust a leather-bound journal into Faraday's hands. Oh, wait, this notebook is... Then he folds to a new page and started to write. Sometimes Faraday would take notes on the people around him. These notes can be accessed anytime by clicking the journal icon on the right of the text box. Right there. This is his note. Look at it. You can navigate
I don't know,
it.
I don't see any
Wow,
notes.
you could close it. Look. Look. You just look.
Whoa.
It's owned.
See what the pages have to offer.
There's people. Look. This is...
Wow. Recently murdered.
Hey, look.
Oh.
It's himself.
Ollie Faraday. He, him. Undiscovered
Incredible work.
demonologist. Incredible work. Ignore that one. Don't say his name around the docks.
Gay?
Shut up! Shut up! That's the gist of it.
Yeah. That's all we need. That's all the people we need to know, obviously. Belle turned to Vance for a moment. While she was distracted, Faraday hissed to whisper to Harold.
Like I said earlier, lovers, lovers, lovers.
It's true. Harry, why are there notes on me?
Oh, well, I started assembling all my notes on people into one notebook.
There's only notes on me.
Well, I haven't gotten around to it yet. It's easy to keep on hand.
Holly rolled his eyes and sarcasm drifted from his tone. Oh, of course, that makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't. Oh, wait, that was your line.
I'm glad we are in sync, though, I suppose. Most people don't think to keep an insane little dossier of everyone they pass by, you know.
Well, my memory isn't what it used to be. Oh, those nights of drinking. What if I slip up and say something that accidentally touches upon a sore nerve and they never forgive me?
Faraday
Relatable.
took to furiously scribbling. Harold looked over Holly's shoulder and watched him write.
Oh, very mature. While you're at it, add snores in his sleep to your page.
Let's see what he's writing.
Harold Ludic Keel. He, him. Orientation, desperate. Jerk, usually intoxicated and moping. One of the most influential demonologists of the era, but has no motivation. His house is full of nightmares that are a pain in the ass to deal with, but he's the most notable one.
Oh. Harold's laughter cut through the squabble.
Don't you agree, Harold? Absolutely. Yeah, quite amusing.
Harold had no idea what she's been discussing with Vance at all. But people always like to hear that they were funny.
Miss Bell, I hate to divert you back towards a sensitive subject. But could you tell me a little about your friend's career? It's important that I know what might tie her to this mortal plane.
Belle didn't miss a beat, pride in her eyes as she responded.
She was a fabulous illustrator. She worked on cover art for The Chain. You know that one.
Faraday leaned towards Howell to whisper. The Chain is the magazine whose stories were serialized, and you know, the ones that you were supposed to be waiting for this.
Yeah, so, would you, say she like a lecturer job? Loved it. She and I would head out to find scenes for her to paint while I did some rough drafting. She and I met when she had to illustrate something for one of my stories for the cover. She took a lot of pride in her work. Some people even collected the journals just for their covers. Quite a feat to say. Sometimes the journal sold just because of her artwork.
She wasn't well liked by the heads of the journal.
She just told it like it is. Management always hates that.
I just wanted to be clear. Maybe the job didn't love her as much as she loved it.
I suppose.
Interesting. Disliked. Okay.
It was a murder. Wait, we already know that.
We have come to you to give you the news. She was murdered. It's been a few days. We know. In the parlor, there were two guests already chatting away. Or rather, one of them was endlessly and excitedly prattling on, while the other loomed silent.
Slash?
Faraday and Hall attempted not to stare. They failed utterly. Belle followed their gazes and chimed in.
May I present Goose Downey? They're here to help me with some details about future writing ideas.
They're a hitman!
Inspiration is vital for a good story. And who would know more about murder than that?
Oh!
Wow. So like an actual hitman.
What? Yeah, genuinely. So tacky. Faraday took notes of the new guests. Let's look at the notes first. So we have... Oh, we have
Oh, yeah.
four.
Bernadette Bell, she, her. Tonight's host writes the popular Constance Little Bear series of mysteries. Harry, if you're reading this, the train one is great. Goose Downey, they, them. A hitman? Here for Bell's research? Question mark?
Base? Oh, that's all we have. Okay. The doorbell rang and Bell grabbed Vance's hand. Oh, I don't know why I was thinking.
Yeah, you can say this line. You have permission.
Oh, another arrival.
Thank
This
you.
is definitely.
Thank you.
This is definitely you talking and not me. And with that, Bell hurried Vance away, sounding slightly winded. We were here to be able to get our grubby hands on everything. Finally! I was starting to think that it would just be me and this guy all night. The taller person said nothing. But the lack of response did not seem to slow the woman down. So, who do we have here? Two of you, eh? She probed at them with her cane, whacking them about the ankles. Or is it just one person with a really big imp?
Oh, no, it's two of us.
So you can speak. Well, that's helpful.
Yes, I'm Dr. Harold Ludacille, and I'll be performing the seance this evening.
Man, she wasn't kidding when she said she was getting an expert. Harold beamed. Shame it had to be you, though. And who do you think you are? Harold did his best to shush Faraday. But the woman heard him anyways and could scarcely hold back a peal of arrogant laughter. Me? I'm delicious. Harry gave an audible groan of disappointment, which only served to make her grin even more broadly. Yep, that delicious. If you've seen a ship with our markings, then I designed it. But if you haven't seen the markings, we made half the ship in the harbor, so, you know, you're welcome. For like all the free trade you enjoy each day. Faraday grits his teeth and decides not to let the shipwright get away with the slight. Big deal, so you made 1 or 200 ships. Good for you. I've been on better. Oh, big words, mister. It's Faraday. Holly Faraday. Delos shrugged. Never heard of you. Faraday sucked in a breath to tell Delos exactly who he was. But Harold lifted a hand and made him a desperate, pleading look. Gave him the puppy dog eyes. Instead, he looked down the Joel sullenly, squibbling, and scrawled in his eye out into it instead of saying anything aloud. Let's see.
Deluse.
Dea.
Pronounced Dea. Deluse. Dea. Deluse.
Deluse. Oh, okay.
Deluse.
Deluse.
So I was right earlier when I pronounced it loose. Alright.
Yeah, it is all fast and loose.
Shipwright thinks she's so special because she's economically noteworthy.
She bought it in the big box. Harry turned to the taller fellow, hoping to have a little more luck with them.
Hello. Pleasure to meet you.
The figure gave the slightest of nods,
Hmm.
and then stared at Harold, offering no further greeting or conversation. Harry's mind had half a dozen different reasons why Goose might choose to commit this social slight, and how each one of them was probably Harold's own fault. He was so wrapped up in a preemptive guilt that he
Love
almost missed it
anxiety.
when they did speak.
Hey.
A great listener, this one. I was telling them about how marriage is a scam. All they want to do is take your money and run off with it. Harold did not have time to ask what could have caused such a topic to come up. He just got straight to nodding.
Yeah, Faraday wrote right Redditor under her note.
Yeah, let's see here.
Yes. Spending your life with one person would be so limiting. I disagree. Commitment is nice. That's not to say that life partnership doesn't have its upsides.
Faraday rolled his eyes. You getting dizzy over there?
Miss Deluse?
Deluse.
Did
yeah.
you? Oh wait, no, it's Dea and then
It's
Deluse. Okay.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah. So, did you happen to know anything about Gareth Catterbury?
It's just that she died and people keep talking about it. Dea Deluse gave a carefree shrug. She had no fucks to give. Wait a minute. It says Faraday, but she has her mouth open.
I'm just standing here.
I'm gonna talk as well as yourself. How about you, Goosey?
Wasn't me.
They say that they both down wasn't. That's true.
Wasn't
true.
them.
It wasn't them. Outside the room, there was a littling melodic joy, cry of joy. Joy, joy, joy in my heart. There we go. Deluse's head turned tentatively. Please tell me that's who it sounds like it is. The sound of fawning excitement traveled down the hall, and before long the host arrived and her next guest in tow. The door swung open, revealing a figure swathed in pink silk and sheer beaded fabrics. Her eyes shone with abundant delight. Harold gave a slight gasp of enthusiasm.
It's Clarice Myers!
Who?
If you can't take interest in current events, we'll never have anything to talk about.
We could talk about the current state of mold in your kitchen.
Oh, your parlor is beautiful! Is it the inspiration for Duchess Baker's parlor? How could you tell? I've been reading all of her scenes! The way that bookshelf is positioned, and the pattern of the chair. Yes, I picture her scheming all of nefarious plots right in that chair over there. Definitely.
The energetic young lady crossed the room to run her hand along the fabric of the arm.
Ooh! I started saying ooh before I read that it said ooh.
Amazing. You're already in character.
It gives me a perfectly wicked vibe. Can I sit in it? You certainly can.
The young lady settled into the chair, and the innocent features of her face contorted into a sinister glare. She threw back her head and gave a laugh so chilling. Go on. Chilling laugh. Goosebumps rose on the back of Faraday's neck.
Try as you might, for as long as you live, you'll never prove it was me, Constance, little bear.
Belle's jaw dropped.
Exactly how I imagined her. I love it.
Miss Myers, I think you're disrupting the other guests. The young lady hopped up from the chair, eyes once again wide and apologetic.
I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm just so thrilled to see it for myself. No. Debbie, stop being such a sport.
Miss
Myers.
What?
Huh. Yes. Huh?
Yeah.
Miss
no,
Myers, I couldn't. Miss Myers, I couldn't have asked the director to cast a better Duchess.
Oh, wow. Yeah, are you kidding? A preview performance right here? Sounds like she knows how to party, unlike the rest of you chumps. Do you poke Goose in the knee with her cane? When are you going to start doing an evil laughing? It seems like something of a real hitman would have.
Better if they don't hear you coming.
This guy is starting to creep me out.
They are a hitman. Don't let them hear you.
Bells and Myers, however, were still off in their own little world, fawning over each other.
Oh, I hate to be a bother, but Miss Bell, can I please have you sign this copy of the chain? I have all of the ones with your stories in them, but this one is my favorite. Constance racing to solve the murder before the train pulls into the next station. All while knowing she might be found by the conductor. It was so thrilling.
Belle took the less than pristine magazine and unclipped a gleaming bronze fountain pen from her pocket. Her signature was large and loopy in a striking indigo ink.
I use this pen for all my manuscripts too. This ink just seems like it makes my pen flow faster.
Myers, she's now Mayo. Eyes sparkled with admiration as she took the signed copy back. She stared in awe, as if she had just seen magic. Because she had. Bill seemed to remember that the rest of the guests were there.
Oh, let me introduce Miss Clarice.
Clarice Myers. Loved you in that one with the flower girl and the... Oh man, I wish I knew words.
Elocution?
Elocution lessons? Possibly, potentially. Deleuze hopped to the front of the group, quickly shaking Maya's hands. Didn't think you had a villain in you, but you sure proved me wrong.
Oh, thank you! I promise I can be very evil when I want to be. Looks at the audience.
Oh wait, that's you. Stares at you. Vance looks over Clarice, finally giving an approving nod. My dear, are you wearing your imp in your hand?
Oh yes, I'm awfully glad that someone noticed. It's all the fashion uptown. Watch!
The small creature rose from her hat, and quietly, with the pose of a ballerina, began to dance. Ominous.
Wow.
Clarice Meyer sang a crystalline soprano, weaving a haunting, pretty melody. The others all stopped what they were doing and crowded around to watch them perform. Vance smiled and Deleuze stopped fidgeting, an ear turned intently up to listen. The little imp moved with grace, elegance, and far too many joints. After a moment, however, Hale crossed the room quickly, pulling the chalk from his jacket pocket.
Miss, allow me to...
Myers did not let a hint of awkwardness or effrontery show. Definitely not.
Oh dear, don't mind. That happens all the time. See? She can make a new one.
The little imp placed a tiny hand on his cheek as if laughing off embarrassment. And its master before him. What a clever little trick. The imp bowed, then hid away among the flowers in Maya's hat. Hale slunk back to Faraday's side. Do you think it's okay?
What a week.
Though
It's
he
been
had
2 hours.
Though he had whispered, and Deleuze must have been feeling particularly noisy because she choked up for all to hear. Of course she's okay. Everyone imps do weird stuff sometimes. It doesn't mean anything.
Quite right. One look at a beautiful imp and one can easily tell that it harbors a beautiful soul.
The imp is the pure expression of an artist's creative drive, or ability. One shouldn't trivialize it. There was a general agreement amidst the room, and the others took to chatting. Harold wandered over to the far corner and wondered if he could summon something that could drag him straight off the face of the earth. Is that really what people think nowadays? That imps are the creativity? Their souls? They break them out for fun little shows?
You were gone a while, Holly.
We did all that research, and the public traded just one life for another. Look, this journal you got me writing in. It's my old notebook. I'll just open it up and show them my notes.
Leave it be. Her imp is advanced, to be sure. But maybe nothing will happen. You try and tell them this darling this stage has a demon. That if she uses it like this, it'll make it stronger and more dangerous. Will be mocked and maybe even forcibly removed.
Aren't we responsible for at least trying to correct them? If someone gets hurt and we said nothing... Faraday was no stranger to Harold's haggard, tired expressions. But as Harold looked at him, his eyes communicated a fatigue so deep it must have taken years to accumulate. I hate the city. They needed a walk if you told them it was an oyster. Harold notes on imps and demons are available for you to read. Let's see. We have notes.
Should have a good time. I think it's fine that I just started reading the notebook, even though it's technically
No.
your character writing.
This is all you.
So, To summarize the points for the presentation, demons aren't just the big monsters that lurk in the woods or destroy small villages. Everyone might even have a really tiny demon running around hiding in their keys, or eating their socks or something.
Well, that's what
We
happens to the
humans
socks.
contribute to them via negative emotion. The difference between a harmless or harmful demon is how powerful we let them get. But what if, pause for effect,
Pause.
we could put the demons someplace where they can't feed off of? Professor Ludakil has developed a system for capturing renegade or stray demon. We can use sealing alchemy to confine demons to objects or locations. But we absolutely must take responsibility for our own demons. The professor's goal is for each person to have the option to seal their own demon deep within their cell. The professor has already successfully done this on 2 people. Show photographs of my eyes. Have the professor comment on his own suppression once it's done. Oh, okay, that was a bracket. Let's get that funding!
Yes.
Friday, meeting went too well. They refused to treat the process as a medical procedure, talked about rebranding demons. Harry said that we should be open to whatever gets us the funds we need. I'm not gonna lie to these assholes for money. Screw this.
So true, so true. And that was the notes.
Let's get out of this room and start sealing the mansion.
Good idea. I have to spend one more minute here. I'm gonna lose it. Alright, let's see here. So we have
Now we
kitchen,
save.
office, and boiler. Oh. Yeah, I suppose. I guess, in case anything horrible happens. So, kitchen, office, boiler room. Which one do you think we should go to first?
Wow, checking the walkthrough. Well, I mean, like, the boiler room has boiling water. Think
That
about
is
it.
true. Let's get some boiling
It's pretty
water.
cool.
They took a staircase down and found themselves in a boiler room. Hill got right to work, while Faraday lingered peering over the railing. Hill hurried over to the windows and set to sealing them. Had he been in front of a classroom, he might have added a touch of flourish to his hand motions. He would explain the process in affectionate detail and called out his words loudly, emphasizing unnecessary syllables in order to add pomp and majesty. But instead he huffed 3 quick breaths onto a small window and traced symbols into the foggy glass. Closed his eyes and focused on the rolling, abundant anxiety within his guts, and without a word, pressed it all down. The glass grew hot under his touch, and a quick dash of salt, and it was done. One was sealed down. While Faraday lingered, peering over the railing, the boiler was immense, large enough to fit a carriage inside, or maybe several people. Why make a room like this so big?
It's a big house. But it is quite something to look at. It's cost a lot to heat this place.
Can we heat your place more this winter?
If this job leads to another one, maybe.
Perhaps. If you say no, then I'm sleeping in your bed.
Ayo. You stay in your own room.
Well, I'm glad we agreed that we're going to have a more heated house in the winter then.
But what if we went to the boiler room again?
Let's go. Oh. We
No.
already took him. No! Oh wait, kitchen or office? I want to do some
Kitchen.
sneaking. Kitchen?
Office then.
Oh wait, no, yeah, we could get food. Can
Yeah,
we? Oh,
you
never
gotta
mind. Of all the ridiculous. Vance put her hand down on a piece of paper when they entered, but left a small, vibrant violet corner visible. When she moved to grasp it the rest of the way, she dropped it. Faraday rushed over to pick it up. It says Bernadetta Bell. Tonight we are coming to steal. Van snatched it away, then crumpled up the paper. I'm sorry, this is a letter that was slipped under the door. Miss Bell didn't want it to distract the party tonight. So she asked me to get rid of it. Yeah. That thing sure looks like some distraction. She gets threats sometimes. It's nothing serious.
Well, I will be finishing sealing this place in a bit. It will mean no one can leave or enter. So, she should be safe.
Vance did not seem mollified by this. She waved her hand. Don't let that soup boil over.
Of course.
Harold nearly fell over the table in his rush to comply. Not you, the help! Or rather, the other help. Harold watched as an imp the size of a very large oven bumbled by. It walked slowly, as if moving at all was a chore, the heat emanating from it. Even from yards away, made Faraday start to sweat. It opened its mouth, and a whistling filled the air. I almost said air. Faraday glimpsed and covered his ears. The large imp removed the tea kettle, poured a cup, and put the kettle back in its mouth. As soon as his mouth was closed, the sound stopped. Vance took the cup, sipping it and surveying the room. On the table, the knife-like imp was chopping some form of leafy garnish. Oh my goodness!
It's just a knife.
He got a little face on it. Oh, a knife lying all over the place on its own. Watching that isn't disconcerting in the least. You needn't fear. It is all well under control. As everyone says before it becomes under control. So, the height of technology allows people to finally take a good hard look inside, and what have we done? Sold them to the highest bidder. What's next? Legalizing the black market for organs? These are just rental imps. Some hard-working people, through no fault of their own, very much need that money. Bell considers it magnanimous. Magnanimous? Something, at least, to help those people with their debts.
I've read that word before, but I haven't heard it out loud.
It's a sound. She rents from these people often, but they go back to their originators after a month. It's their decision if they want to rent them out again. It's messed up either way. Vance turned away to check back in on the other imps that was washing dishes. Dinner is almost ready. If you don't hurry, the food will be cold for everyone. Harold finished sealing the windows, and the two men left. Alright, let's snoop now.
Yeah.
Snooping
As usual, I see.
Quite so.
This must be where she writes.
Good to know at least one room here isn't just for decorations.
Not everything has to be utilitarian.
It does on a ship.
You're such a braggart. Gallivanting off on ocean travels, while the rest of us are stuck boarding ourselves up in dry study.
It's not like I got a lot of time above deck. You think I had a lovely time walking on my tan?
And you don't even have the grace to look back on it fondly. You're a fundamentally ungrateful person.
Says the guy who hasn't washed his own laundry in 3 months. Harold set about sealing those windows too. While he was in deep in concentration.
Oh! You boys already got in here? I came up to open the door for you.
They were just spoken.
I usually leave this room locked. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. We were just about to finish up here. It's quite alright. I leave anything important double locked. I did double lock it, right? You wouldn't have
Kicking
found it
back, so-
even if you tried. Bet.
Hale's teeth were grinding loud enough for Bell to hear them across the room.
Please, Dr. Ludicule. You don't need to be so on edge all the time. I assure you, I'm already aware of your history. But I have the utmost confidence. Well, I think that Faraday can handle this room on his own. I'll just head along, shall I?
Faraday sprinkled down the last line of salt along the window, and Harry washed out of the room, cheeks burning with shame. Belle carefully relocked the room behind them and tucked the key into his sleeve. As the two returned to the parlor, they found Clarice admiring the decor.
Miss Myers, do you know anything about Gareth Canterbury? The illustrator. She was Miss Belle's dearest confidant, and she was murdered. Terrible how the papers keep sensationalizing it and hounding her for interviews. She clearly has nothing to do with it.
Clearly.
And yet they're harassing her just because she's famous and writes about murders.
Like us.
Oh, just to sell papers. So heartbreaking.
Thank you. It's disgusting that people want to make money out of other people's tragedies.
Dreadful. I feel so sorry for Miss Bell. I hope you'll all be gentle with her feelings tonight. She's probably trying to take her mind off that whole thing.
Holly clicked his tongue. I don't think she is.
She hired me to summon her ghost. That seems so ghoulish. Actually, it's ghosting.
So true.
Literally.
Whoa. This party is getting better every minute.
And it'll only improve now that I'm here, gorgeous.
The group turned to see the new arrival. I'm admittedly intrigued, but that's some big talk. A man waltzed into the room with the utmost confidence. He sported cuffed hair and a lilac waistcoat that was so out of style it bordered on some kind of archaic cheek.
I think cheek.
And a pair of long, tapered ears.
I could be wrong.
We could be wrong. But I'm going to be confidently wrong. Faraday barely noticed the others enter the room. Vance supported her. Cheek.
Sorry for interrupting. Chic.
Chic? Oh, it's not
Chic.
even... I hate when it's spelled like that. Vance supported a slight, winded Belle on her arms, helping her into a chair. Why do they always spell it so weird when it's pronounced different? Anyways.
Other languages moment. Being too boring would literally kill me, so I'm very motivated. Oh, your ears. Are you a fae? I've only heard about them in books.
What do his ears look like? Dee probed Goose again with her cane, prompting them on.
Cute.
Subjective descriptions doesn't help. They're pointy.
And very charming.
Charming is subjective.
Nonsense! Charming is objectively very, very me. I'm Lupine Flowers, or Lupine. Uh-oh. Give me 2 seconds.
I will give you 5.
Lupin Flowers. And no, it isn't every day you meet a fae.
Vance squinted at Lupin. I don't actually remember inviting you.
I wasn't invited! But I That was rude. Such a collection of adorable people and me not invited? Shame! Plus, I was friends with Canterbury. Gary was good to me. I found out you were going to be contacting her tonight. Call me romantic, but I couldn't miss a last chance at seeing her. Couldn't hurt. And Gareth was so quiet, I didn't even know she had any other friends. It's really a pleasure to have you here.
Well, if you're certain.
Debbie, should you know better than anyone else to not turn away a fae?
Nonsense. I'll get a broom and I'll beat them back. As an ex-book, I know that the Fae are all sweet and adorable and wholesome creatures. They are born amidst the Cabbage Patch, and tenderly rock the children to sleep at night.
Huh. Ahem. Where did you get that nonsense? It sounds like something out of a Deborah Vance storybook. Can you get dinner started, Debbie? You have the cooking and serving imps in the kitchen, don't you?
Of course, please be careful. Lupine bounced on his toes and turned to Belle with a friendly grin.
What an odd pair, you and her. Her books are all old, stuffy, plotless fairy stories, and you write exciting, gruesome murders.
Witnessing such a wild foxfires, Harold has whitened his face, murmuring.
He knew that she was Deborah Vance and still said that to her face? Oh, God. Or good. It could be either one.
It's both!
Little prissy Miss Cabbage Patch, and it's your tales of murder! Oh, you're just full of such wonderfully vibrant ideas. I can see it in your eyes and in your writing.
Lupin looked at Belle with the most adoring smile to accompany the compliment.
Whatever could a frump like that bring to the table that you haven't already in spades? Oh!
Myers hopped like a child in a classroom, one eager to be called on by the teacher.
Miss Bell, do you mind if I tell him? 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 Go right ahead! It's infinitely more fun to hear my accomplishments coming from someone else, no?
Myers dove in.
Miss Bell published the first mystery under a pen name. You see, she wasn't confident in her work. Though the first one wasn't a major hit. It got people excited about the characters, and she started to write more stories. A couple years ago, she got picked up by the chain, and that's when I found out about her. That's when I started reading her as well. You can get the chain in Arcadia. If you know the right guy. Well, eventually Miss Bell felt confident enough to reveal her real name. Miss Bell was a brand new writer, but as you know, Miss Vance has been around for about 100 years, looking at those crow's feet. You only get brow creases that bad from scowling all the time. Miss Vance has been around for a while longer. So she has a lot of publishing connections, so she helped Miss Bell get into the industry.
Faraday balanced the journal against his arm to add more. I'm guessing it's on... Oh. Oh.
Yep.
Under a pen name. Yep. Okay. Alright. When Faraday looked up, Lupin was already behind him, peering over his shoulder. What?
Another cute writer. I'm gonna get overstuffed with stories tonight.
They're just notes.
Oh, are you casing the joint?
Oh, I,
Belle does have some amazing things, though. She's been collecting occult items.
like
Not
us.
a suspicious thing to say. That's what I read. You can see some in her gorgeous curio case over there.
The loose scolded goose. You didn't tell me about what's in the curio case.
I didn't look. Well, how about I give you all a tour? This pair of silver rods are supposed to be useful for finding hidden items.
Hmm.
This spike is my most recent purchase. The seller said it was the tooth of a toxic shark demon.
Oh, Goose is stained with blood. Please tell me it is. Goose grinned.
Nah, but it's about the size of your fist.
Whoa!
This set of candles is from the first successful angel summoning.
Faraday leaned over to whisper to her. That's not a thing, right?
Some demons are good liars. These coins are said to be clues that led to a treasure map, or lead to a treasure map. Could be either one. Something for me to keep busy with once I retire, I suppose.
The treasure hunter. Invite me along for that one. I definitely want this treasure discoverer on my resume.
Down here is a device that reacts to ghostly presence. I plan to test it tonight.
Uh-oh.
Miss Bell, please don't get your hopes up. Devices like that tend to be completely fake.
Unlike Harry here.
Shut up!
Faraday muttered under his breath.
This last one is a personal favorite. It's a listening device that can pick up people's inner thoughts that are floating around in the air. I've heard a lot of very interesting things in the ether. Incredible, but you must hear such strange things. They can be strange and difficult to decipher, but they can really push me right through when I'm feeling stuck. The inner mind is such an intriguing place.
With the others distracted, Harold shook his head in disbelief. The doorbell chimed again, and Belle smiled as she excused herself. Most of the group stayed crowded around the case, admiring the items, but Faraday and Harold pulled back to talk privately. If you're going to be selling fake seances, then we might as well get into the fake artifact business too.
Demon sharks. Oh, wait, shit, that was your line.
Yes. Wait. No, that was yours. I think it said Harold, didn't it?
Nope.
No?
Check the history.
Oh no. Where's my history? Ah. I'm glad you read my mind. That mind reader actually works. Ollie curled his fingers with both hands, pantomimed a large pair of jaws. He chomped them on Harold's arms. For the briefest of moments, Harold smiled. But it quickly gave way to his usual demeanor.
I certainly hope they're all fake. What if one of those were actually someone's severed imp? The ones in the kitchen are bad enough, but at least they're under Vance's control. Nobody's approved and rented out the stuff in the cabinet. If one got up and got loose...
Speaking of getting loose, maybe we should get to sealing those windows again, I don't want to miss dinner because I'm hanging off the roof putting salt down for you.
I want to at least meet all the guests first. And we barely found out anything all about Canterbury.
They were a person and they were alive. True, I guess you need to make this as convincing as possible. Though looking at the case, she seems like the type to believe you can move without rowing.
Heh.
Hey! Harold nearly avoided both a heart attack and a faceplant straight into Faraday's sweater. We'll be right back.
I'm going off on a little unauthorized tour with a cutie on my arm.
No telling him.
No.
Oh, wait, no, that's you.
Yeah, what she said.
Hmm. You only get to peek into other people's houses on a rare occasion.
Damn it.
Deleuze and Lupine slid out of the room before anyone could give any kind of objection.
Damn. That Faye was the only one who claimed he knew Canterbury.
It would be great to know what kind of things Belle's expecting to ask her.
I'd assume it's something about the murder.
That or confessing some sort of feelings.
That'd be a lot easier.
It's, if not, more ethical. Bernadette Bell re-entered the room for just a moment. Followed by a formally dressed military man, his boots made a loud, crisp sound as he walked.
Unless we are greeted by more Faye, this is our final guest. Lieutenant Merrick Nowak.
The
Or
man...
perhaps Novak.
Oh.
Time to look it up.
Oh no. There's probably like several different ways you can say it. The man, who now darkened the parlor doorway, caused Harley to narrow his eyes. Oh no, what is it?
So, I'm right. It is Polish, but that means people in English context would probably say Nowak, but the actual pronunciation would be more like Novak. So, we now have the conundrum of what do we commit to?
Let's just go back and forth and then add in some other ways to pronounce it that's completely wrong.
Yeah.
People like that.
No wake.
No way.
You know him?
When you've been at sea as long as I have, you know one, you know them all. Nowak shot Clarice a smile. It's good to see I have some other guests I can recognize. I went to see her first show on a date with the woman who would be my future wife. She loves your work.
Oh, how sweet!
Have you got yourself someone special?
Oh no, I'm not interested in that kind of thing. At least not in real life.
Eh? A girl as pretty as you?
You're very flattering, Lieutenant. But as I said, I'm not really interested.
You don't have to come up with excuses. Like I said, you look very...
There's something called personal space.
I'll say.
Oh! You couldn't afford the Duchess's tea, let alone upkeep her lifestyle.
Lifestyle.
I must go. My flock of peacocks require a good solid tutting.
Mario skipped out the door. Oh, which way should I...
Choose your own pronunciation, adventure.
How can I mess this up the most? Nowak! Made to file. But Faraday moved quickly in the way. Hey... Oh no, I realized if I... No, I'm not... Nowak, didn't you say you were married? Butt out. What does it matter to you who she is interested in, No one was talking to you, Porky. You're the Porky one, water pig. Oh. Nowak stepped forward. Stepped towards...
The first murder.
And then the first murder began. Who stared him down right back? The medals on Lieutenant Nowak's chest shifted.
Oh.
Oh. Opening to be a scramble of glaring eyes. Step aside, or I'll step on you. Faraday's ankle jerked to the side in anger and barely kept it from twisting. His hands tumbled. Leave her alone? Luckily for Faraday, Belle chose that moment to turn to the parlor.
Lieutenant Novak, I ask you please not use your imp on my guest.
Of course, Miss Bell.
That's one dangerous creature.
They're all dangerous. Not at all. It only helps make sure people listen to what they're told. It's essential to have discipline in the military.
But we're not in the military.
I was just giving him a little scare. It was a joke. It's a little haha. It's a prank, bro.
A little
A little-
intimidation prank. A little...
I'm going to push you down the stairs, but it's funny, so you can't sue me.
there's gonna be 2 ghosts you're contacting tonight kind of joke. You know, just...
Very funny, very funny. I wasn't going to do anything, though, really. Not that wasn't a joke. We're all friends here. Merrick shoves Viridian a bit roughly, knocking him off balance. Harry managed to catch his arm.
Holly, don't make a scene.
I don't think I could if I wanted to. What the hell kind of species is that? See, he's fine. So you said all imps are dangerous. Of course, any imp could destroy a man. Well, I assume that means yours is quite ferocious. Because if you had a demon, I'd have to do my duty by the law. I just see things. Noak gave a low, deep chuckle. I will be sure to beware then. Well, Harry cleared his throat and tried to put his friend aside, out of the line of fire.
We should probably finish getting this place sealed. I'll make my assistant. I'll take my assistant with. First, let's get the fuck out of here.
Harold gave an apologetic smile to Belle. Belle returned it with a warm glance of her own, as shown genuine.
Thank you, Mr. Ludicule.
I don't like that guy. Ludicule? That's Ludicule. Isn't he under house or... Laughter interrupted from outside the parlor.
Or maybe it's who knows?
That's something. Whatever Noak was about to say, he was soon miles away. His attention has been completely diverted. I'll show you, because I really mean anywhere I'm locked out of it. Bam! Dea. Was it Dea?
It was Dea.
Okay. So good to see you. At the sound of Lieutenant Noak's voice, Deleuze froze and turned to walk right back out the way she came. So, Mr. Flowers, need a light for your cigarette?
Oh no, you'd be amazed at what I can do with fire. Let's find a big room and I'll show you.
Faraday smoked as they left. 2 for 2 with the ladies tonight, huh? Seems like she's not into you, deckhand. Nah. She's just being playful. It's her way.
Holly, let's go.
Harold picked up his large container of salt, and the pair left the room. I want to tie that guy to an anchor and throw him into a raging storm.
As far as I could tell, seemed like Deleuze would probably help you.
So would most of my old crewmates. You know, the sailor ratio is all off here. Too much flaw. What if we called in some of them?
Please don't get us into trouble here, Holly. You promised you weren't going to embarrass me.
Sorry, I didn't know that it was embarrassing to stand up to yourself, for yourself.
You know what I mean. Don't get in Novak's face and make a big scene.
You might not have a spine, but I can still locate mine.
An officer like that could actually hurt us. He could hurt you. Don't want that to happen.
Fine. I'll try not to rile him up. But if he starts it, I can't promise I won't fight back. Mom and the rest of the crew didn't raise me to bow to guys like that. They finished sealing the mansion. We don't get to do that. You have nothing. They were
No
barely
mini
done
games,
before it was
no
time
mini
for dinner.
game.
No mini games. Vance's carefully chosen seating took some shuffling to fix. Faraday disregarded the name cards as a suggestion and sat down next to Hall. Deleuze switched seats at the last moment, leaving Clarice next to Merrick. Blue Pine didn't even have a name card. But in the end, the guests all took the seats at the table, the smell of roasted garlic and juicy turkey already floating down the hall. Vance wheeled in a cart with a lovely ivy-patterned cloth. Atop it was a large tureen of soup. When she opened the lid, a fragrant cloud of steam billowed out of it, and she dished bowls. Belle glanced to check that everyone had gotten their soup, but started shortly afterwards, prompting the others to begin to eat as well.
Clarice, I must apologize. I haven't been able to assist you in your character workshops. It's quite alright. Thank you for understanding. The rewrites are so extensive. It's my responsibility to get you the best script possible. But the director says that But the director says that he's assembled the finest cast for... But the director says that he's assembled the finest cast of his career.
Me just continuing on being confidently wrong. The people are pretty excited for it, even out of town. I've heard my patrons talking about it, but the show's a hot topic in the shipyard too. They said you might be touring with the show if it does well.
Yes, I always wanted to travel around the country. Maybe even around the world. But it's so expensive and scary to do alone. Oh, just imagining the glamorous tour. Meeting stars. Getting fan letters ferried over the ocean just to tell me they loved my show. It would be a dream come true to have so many people see me perform.
Lupine ran his spoon around the bowl, swirling the waters with that face.
What the heck?
He made a small whirlpool in it, and the ball splashed over the side. Why are you doing that? He didn't bring the spoon to his lips.
I have a lot to go over this evening, but while we eat, we should keep it light. Do I think we should ask Goose the question any person would have for someone in their profession?
Yeah.
Why? How do you get job? You mean jobs? Killing people? Yes. It's not as fun as you're hoping. I had a boss. Told me who to go after. That's it.
What do you mean you had a boss? What
Killed
happened to him?
him. Same thing that happens to everyone eventually. Retirement? Essentially. So handsome and mysterious.
Lupine cooed at Goose. Goose stared down at the soup bowl. Lieutenant Nowak laughed and pointed at the hole in Goose's middle. Well, looking at you, he took a severance package. Goose took the time slurping up some soup before responding.
You should have seen the other guy.
I too have a hole. Goosey, what's that clique talking about?
I'm not all here. I'm partly somewhere else.
Where?
Sold my imp a while back, like other folks that left a hole. Kinda hard to hide, though. Hell if I know where the imp is now.
Vance called from across the table. Wait, which one was Vance?
Isn't
Ah,
Vance
right, it was the girl.
the
Language!
sorry. I'm just saying if I knew where that part was, I would be there too.
Lupine leaned back in his chair and let out a loud whine.
I'm famished. By the way, with the book icon there, when I first saw Goose, I thought for some reason they drew him with a book between his legs for
I'm
some
not
reason.
gonna lie, it's the same thing for me. It just fits so perfectly. I was just like,
It's just
fair
it
enough.
just fits in there. Can't someone tell us a good story already? Anyone have weird family secrets?
Uh-oh.
A saucy romance?
Saucy.
A neat gender?
Deleuze finished her first glass of wine. Ludicale transcend his gender.
Transcend.
Transcend.
Aurora Boreal.
At this time of day. Don't do the pun, Harold. I swear, it's not as funny as you.
Why, yes. You see, at its core, alchemy is the study of transmutating
Oh no, I think that Mr. Lupine is looking for one of the more unfashionable genders. His throat tightened, and Harold squeaked out something so high and soft only Holly could hear it.
I want to die.
You can die next week.
That's what you said last week.
Lupine pouted and crossed his arms. Nah, give me something else, something really interesting. Mr. Seance guy.
You haven't said much. Tell me your story. The quiet ones always make me curious. Nothing much to tell.
Don't be modest, Ludicale. It would be rude to leave our fey guests hungry. Though, maybe avoid that he'd throw up your story, Lupin, are you saying you really had hold of Professor Ludicale and the whole scandal?
Can't say I have.
He basically invented this whole imp craze. It was a mistake! Sure, but you can't be that hard on a guy for not knowing all the consequences of your research from the start.
I think they're lovely. Imps aren't a mistake.
No one is mad at you, Ludicale, for that. Imps are useful, and we can get a good long look at anyone's true self using them. And we can also tell when someone's been lying. And waiting to prey upon all the innocent people around them. Especially when they slip up and expose their true nature at an event with thousands in attendance.
Oh, and what was that?
Silver whale clattered. The sliver
Clink.
whale. Oops! Dropped my damn spoon!
Sliverware, it's all
Language.
just flaky wood.
Yeah, it's all just. As
Come on,
I
you
was.
barely touched your wood shaving. Sorry, go on.
Hey, you barely touched your wood shavings. What's wrong? Did you mess up in an attendance of thousands of people?
Do you not like it when your orange juice has extra wood pulp?
As I was saying, everyone used to think really highly of Ludicale. But the city rising up quick when we all saw. Whoops! A hand smacked into a bowl, returning it. Dropped my fucking soup! Language! Faraday flashed Harold a smile.
Fucking soup.
Harold could have kissed him. That was if he hadn't felt suddenly very nauseous.
Sorry, In a moment from oops, dropped my fucking.
It is very iconic.
Well then, the gentleman with the very pale hair. You must have some stories. Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just asking
I
for a
thought so too,
little
'cause I saw the
appetizer.
reference. Alright. So one time we were up in the Lake of Frost. Coldest I've ever been. I felt like I had ice in my lungs. I had 3 blankets on, yet the frost still got through. The boat was pitching around in the waves, rocking like it was about to flip over. We would have died there in that water. It was freezing. But I still finished my research notes and I wrote a letter. So you did nothing. It was an excellent letter.
I still have it.
Noah skewed something on his fork. It's real cute. The way little guys like that get excited about travel. He goes on one boat, and now he's got a lifetime of naval experience. It was one boat for multiple years, but go on. Noah ignored his interjection. Now, me. He snorted, chewed twice, and swallowed. I got a whole fleet of ships to surrender. I read about that in the paper. I bet the paper didn't tell you how he did it. Vance barely raised the volume of her voice, but her stern tone carried. No politics at the table, sirs. I'll whack you. In the
No
mortal kind of way.
offense. But I think you all need to work on your storytelling. If we let them fight, it could make for a good story.
Absolutely not. Okay, let me give you a good one. So I had this friend, and she was in the worst relationship ever, basically. She had a controlling, overprotective father, and only like one friend. The friend was basically a nobody. She figured if she married him, she could get out of the house, and maybe her big fancy family name might help him out. You know, he gets up a few ranks in the military. Noah gave a cough. It sounded like a growl of some large beast. Now, I don't think that story is suitable for dinner either. Lupin's eyes flitted from Deleuze to Noak and back.
That's such a shame for your friend. If she needs someone to comfort her, I know just the guy.
Deleuze trailed a finger on the rim of her fine glass. Well, he wouldn't happen to be extremely charming, would he?
Oh, he is.
Let's talk about something else.
I agree.
Vance stood up to dish the main course, a large roasted turkey, to all of the guests. At Vance's command, the small razor-thin imp carved neat cuts off the carcass.
Oh, why don't we have Debbie tell us about Faye?
Vance kept her eyes firmly locked on her work. I may have been working from older source books, but it was a long time ago. Embellishments for the sake of the reader is normal, and an artist can find herself sorely limited by facts.
Don't you worry, I don't care. I think it's funny. I can tell you've certainly increased the number of people who ask me if I've come from a cabbage field. And it's great to see the look on their face when I tell them. Not I. I was born from the little dewdrops on a spider's web. And I carried a little mushroom as an umbrella.
I feel like I remember getting that kind of story read to me. They were really popular. But now only kids and old ladies like that stuff. I did start them quite a long time ago.
What do you write now?
The carving imp went straight through a bone. It gave out a little cry, and Harold flinched at the sound. You wouldn't understand how frustrating it is to be limited by what readers expect of you. Viridian has spent enough time procrastinating on his papers to feel sympathetic. Yeah, writing isn't that easy, but I'm sure you'll learn a lot since your early works. I mean, at least your stories are probably better than that first one Belle wrote. That boat one is terrible. Am I right? Tearing down one person's work to boost another reflects very poorly on your character.
Miss Vance, you needn't worry so. Even Miss Bell says the first one isn't very good. The director and Bell are having to rewrite it completely for the stage show.
Belle laughed good naturally and hit a palm down on the tabletop.
Yes, it takes some time to find your feet. Sea legs, if you will. Vance, my darling, please do put a little special thanks credit into the foreword if you use my mushroom umbrella idea, okay? I don't mind if you use it, but I want proper credit.
Vance looked to be at the end of her rope, embarrassment and annoyance plain on her severe features. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. The somewhat adversarial chatter continued until the guests were all sitting with plates that were empty and stomachs that very much weren't. Vance stacked the plates onto the rolling cart with the ivory cloth, and the serving imp wheeled it away.
This has been more fun than I thought it would be. But if you all follow me to the parlor, it's time for the main event.
We should do one where we do a little summoning of a dead person and ask them about their romance life. I think that'll work well.
What do you mean, just like in real life?
Yeah,
You know, just this guy together, summon a ghost.
yeah. It's just sometimes
That'd be
you
a
get
that'd be a
together.
fun Pookie Spook episode.
That would be.
We could summon Sam. Rest in peace, Sam.
Oh, we could. I could finally ask her what the next video she wanted to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
And then I won't do it. I'll just be like, no, shut.
You're evil.
Yeah.
You're evil.
I mean,
I gotta get out of here.
oh, there's no way out once you're in. You just have to go the same way Sam went if you did.
Uh-oh.
And even then, you know, you might get a seance later where I summon you and I'm like, hey,
Hey.
at any time. And it could happen more than once.
Just sounds randomly when I least expect it. You know?
Yeah, randomly throughout the day. Even when you're alive, you just randomly pop up and it's like, how does this work?
You hire people to repeatedly seance so I just can't get eternal rest.
No rest. The guests all settled back into the parlor. Belle took a slow, contemplative sip of her sherry. She looked over at Harold, smiling coolly. Harold's nose has been shot all night, but Viridian could see him begin to ease up. Actually, we should probably say with how much we've done.
Yeah, you know, I can't wait until find out that this recording actually like messed up and that we're
Oh
gonna
yeah,
lose all
that
the
was so...
footage and
Oh,
that'd be
and
a
then I have to just do a
shame.
5-minute video of stupidity. Harold has always been the sort of person to comply with what was desired of him. His ruin has been quite a shock to all, and he's never come close to recovering. Nowadays, people want to conveniently forget that ridicule existed. They wanted his unsightly little tale to be over. How do you appease people around you when they'd all, politely, rather you did not exist anymore? There was a lurking, obvious answer. But tonight there was another, much more agreeable way to please the people around him, and a bit of the old Harold was in his eyes again. The lecturer, whose pompous sense of self-worth was only outstripped by a genuine awe of those around him. A man with boundless energy for showcasing the things he loved. Sometimes it had been a bit much. It was hard to keep up with him. For Viridian, Harold's continued assertions of the importance of every little thing may have been fatiguing. But in those bygone days, Harold will look over at Viridian, and Viridian will remember that there was someone Harold adored most of all. Viridian took a sip of his untouched wine. It tasted like vinegar, but his cheeks felt warm, and he hoped the glass would hide them. He did his best to enjoy the memory, and to not think about the years that came afterwards.
I brought Dr. Ludicule here for a chance to speak to my good friend Canterbury. I have a lot I want to say to her. But I want to know one thing more than anything. Who killed her?
Oh no, the moles are coming up of this.
I'm gonna learn the murderer's name, and then I'm gonna murder them. Straight from the ghost of my friend herself. My goodness, Miss Bell. Such a gruesome thing to discuss.
Do go on.
Do go on! Wasn't she, burned up? What a horrible way to die. This is the only way I'll be getting any valuable information or closure. I know the police in the city.
Understandable conclusion. They never solved my father's murder either. Not exactly competent. Bell nodded.
Dr. Ludicule, I give you the floor. Where's the furnace?
Let's go back to the boiler room.
What, like the furnace imp? The oven imp?
It's just going there.
Yeah. Thank you, Miss Bell. Now I will explain how.
I must ask, isn't something like this dangerous?
That makes me want to try it even more. If I'm nervous, can I hold your hand, Mr. Military Man?
Hey there. Hold my hand. Mayo shook her head and clasped her hands.
I don't want to be haunted.
Harold cleared his throat, and when he spoke, it was with the same warm tone he once used to reassure failing students.
My dear, I assure you, every person in this room is under my protection.
For 5 minutes.
After that 5 minutes is up, you have to run as fast as you can out of the building. Please do not look back at any point.
Or you will turn to stone. Faraday.
Sometimes salt.
Oh yeah, sometimes salt. It's kind of a mix sometimes too. It's a bit weird. Faraday found it easy to slip back into the role of assistant professor. You could almost pretend that they were going to go back to their office afterwards. Believe me, it's completely safe.
I'll need to have you all hold hands.
It's always the holding hands. Everything was fine and back to normal.
We're
There
not
he
holding
was.
hands.
Well, not yet.
Cool like that.
There he was, Dr. Harold Ludicule, alchemist and professor of demonology. The energy of summoning something like this needs at least two people to... Oh, I didn't even realize I was reading. I'm just so into the narration.
Dilute the strength.
And then old Harry was sporting the most inane bullshit imaginable. The years catching up and descending into him like a collapsing roof.
We need to focus our thoughts on people who have died. Miss Bell and anyone else who knew the victim should try to think specifically of her. Once we've all linked hands, imagine Canterbury as vividly as possible.
Harold stood up and put out his hands. Faraday took one, and, even if reluctantly, the whole party linked hands. Lupine gave Deluce's hand an extra squeeze, and she laughed.
Now we'll go around counterclockwise. I want each of you to say her name one at a time. I'll start. Gareth Canterbury.
Gareth Canterbury. Gareth Canterbury.
Gareth Canterbury. Gareth Canterbury! I couldn't tell what that about. Gareth Canterbury.
Gareth Canterbury.
Ah!
What happened? The light went out.
Please don't let go of my hand. Please don't let go of my hand. Please don't let go of my hand. Please don't.
Who just bumped me? A cacophony of boots and heels and shoes sounded against the floorboard. Get the hell off of me! You're the... Wait. Yeah. You're the one clinging to my arm. One heavy set of feet seemed to stomp all about the room.
Is this supposed to happen? Yes. Yes, of course. This is all part of the process. Remain calm. Well, if you're all letting go, I'm getting a candle. Please don't.
I got you, Harry. There was more fumbling, the sounds of shifting footsteps, someone bumping against the furniture, and finally, a flick of a light. A dim orange flame waved for a moment, suspending above Lupin's extended pinky. He made his way back over to the light switch and switched it on. Both Harold and Nowak were clinging to Faraday. He shrugged them off. Deleuze had a suspicious grin on her face. Vance was hyperventilating with panic, and Lupin quickly moved to help her to a chair. Goose stood exactly where they'd been before, face characteristically blank. They adjusted their hat. Miles was laughing to herself. Harold suspected that it was more nervous than she'd like to let on. Despite everything, Harold and Faraday were still in the same position, holding hands, and what could no longer be called a circle. Guests looked around them, all of them disorientated.
Is everything okay? Was anyone murdered? Well,
Again?
actually... I hate to be a bother, but we have to finish performing this ritual, or else, Oh no! The demon shark tooth is gone!
What? Most of the guests circled around the curio case, leaving Harold and Friday standing with their hands clasped. Good heavens! Mr. Luderkale, didn't you say this place was sealed?
It is! And I really have to insist that we finish the... I can't believe it, such amazing luck!
There had been a trace of tiredness about Belle for most of the evening, but now she seemed invigorated, the picture of health. Luck, what are you talking about?
Oh, so lacking in imagination. Belle is a mystery writer, and now she has herself a mystery. I have got to go get my notes! With this building completely sealed up, we can solve this little crime right here and right now! Woo!
This should be fun!
But what about... You finish up, or whatever. I'll be right back. I haven't felt this wonderful for weeks!
All it took was one mystery for her to forget about a plan. Belle moved out of the room, muttering excitedly to herself.
Actually, I'm not feeling so great. I need a minute to freshen up.
I should do a check around. What if someone's hiding out somewhere? I can't solve the mystery. Can't solve the mystery if we don't have all the clues. There is a criminal on the loose. No way you're going around this place without someone to protect you. Oh, how horrifying. Someone might take something from my curious cabinet. Tia!
Dea.
Tia!
This.
I feel like you'd be the one to mispronounce everyone.
Oh, that's true. He kind of sucks ass.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe more.
This is no way to communicate with the voices of the dead.
He tried to get someone's attention.
We're running out of time to find the killer.
Oh!
Finally, someone's listening to me. Please retrieve Belle before we lose the, dual resonance to...
What if that person who left the threat did get in? I need to warn Belle. She hustled out of the room, completely ignoring. Harold peered over towards Myers, who was peering towards the door.
Please, Miss Myers. We can finish this much faster with just a few more people in the chain. I'm so sorry. But if she's gone to get them, I really need to see Miss Bell's notes. I'll be right back, I promise. And... I never wanted to see a ghost anyway!
There. Harold looked around. Well, I'm certainly impressed.
Is anyone else?
Who's there?
Ah!
Lupin hopped from behind a chair. Oh.
Gotcha. Did you like how I sounded like a completely different person?
And there he goes too. But I did. Faraday gave a long sigh. He looked at the empty room and then at Harold's hand. On the bright side, I don't think they're going to notice you can't summon ghosts.
I brought 3 stray imps from home. Had a whole light show prepared. I'd almost finished unsealing their vessel. It was gonna look astounding. Now, let's just reinforce the seal and be done with it.
Man, it's really just sealing and unsealing with you, huh?
What else am I good for?
That cheery little line killed the conversation dead. The pair slowly finished their walk. I sort of forget how stressful it was to be around so many people.
Yeah, I'm a bit out of practice.
We'll get through the night, and at least we know neither of us stole the thing.
I suppose that's true.
Of course it is. You haven't let go of my hand since you took it.
Heh. I mean, technically, I did bring some demons, so I could have probably used them to finagle something, but,
Hush!
you know. Maybe having invited a thief to the party will make me look better. You know, by comparison.
Oof. Ellie, you're really depressing sometimes.
If I'm so depressing, why don't you walk away with the others?
Well, I would, but if leaving you once caused so much fuss, then I did not double click. Oh dear God, what was that? A scream rang out.
Finally, the murder. We gotta,
What?
what now?
As they stepped from the parlor, Faraday and Harold could smell a putrid, singed odor. There was more than one scream, and they were able to follow the sounds down the hall. They followed it further, descending into the boiler room. Ah! I knew we could fit people in there. As the guests gathered at the source of the noise, they were all confronted by inconsolable Vance. In the boiler room, the once stoned woman was doubled over, next to a charred body laying in the furnace. Clarissa burst straight into tears. Anne Howley found herself compelled to move over to touch her arm gently. He turned them both to look away from the gruesome scene. Deleuze held her nose, jaw set in a tight glimpse. Goose offered her their handkerchief, and she accepted with a grim nod and holding it to her face. Faraday shot Lupin a nervous look, but it seemed that this twist in the plot was not to his taste. Nowak looked towards Deleuze. Harold alone continued to stare at the body. From far away, it certainly looked like an unidentified charred corpse, but close up, Harold could recognize the musculature of likely feminine form, large straps of metal that were once buttons arranged along the torso in a V shape, and the silhouette of a brow and nose that he's seen so often in the papers. There was just enough left afford to identify. Their host, Bernadetta Bell, was dead.
Did anyone see who did this?
No.
Just heard the scream.
Clarissa wailed and clung onto Holly. Yeah.
I
Haley.
like this.
Usually someone with something to gain. Or people who do it for money. Lieutenant Nowak flicked his gaze towards Goose, who had walked over next to Faye, leaning down to whisper. They looked up and stood to full height, looming over the rest of the guests. It wasn't hard to imagine this tower of a person, picking poor Belle up and shoving her into the furnace. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Mark is in the military. Killing people for money isn't beyond him. There's a hitman right there. And you're coming for me? Yes.
No bounty on this lady, trust me. It's pretty bold of you to judge me for killing people just because someone died.
Yeah. Vance rose to her feet, pointing an accusing finger at the rest of them. I've had it. One of you did this. Vance dissolved into tears.
Should we call the police?
Harold pinched the bridge of his nose.
They can't get in until sunrise. The house is, sealed and everything. Can't you just unseal it? Nah, not this one. I am much better at sealing things up and letting them out.
I think your ritual did this to her. That's not how it works. Jeez, lady, do you think Harry here can simultaneously combust people from 2 rooms away?
It'd be cool. I didn't say anything.
I mean, hush! If he had that kind of ability, he sure as lightning wouldn't be getting treated with this much disrespect.
Settle down, Holly. She's just upset. It's normal to be irrational.
Irrational? How dare you? As sketchy as he is in his personal life, jumping to conclusions doesn't help anyone. There's something else going on here. Of course you feel safe. You've got all the strong men wrapped around your finger. Excuse me?
Not a man.
Yes, we're all very aware that one of them's your husband. And you've been flirting with the other all night.
Maybe if we can question you all and check for evidence, then we can figure this out. I don't want to be locked in here with a murderer.
But don't you want to see how it ends?
Well, have no fear, little miss. I'm more than happy to stand guard until morning for you.
Look who's floating now. And next to a dead body.
I'm appalled by that accusation. Protecting a lady isn't flirting. It's just the right thing to do. And parties are supposed to have flirting. Parties and flirting are hand in glove. If anything is inappropriate here, it's the murder!
Points to the charred body that's still there.
I in real life, I pointed behind myself.
Great.
As I said
that.
that.
It's so vivid. Maybe we should be in separate rooms. Not that I'm worried. I could fight off any one of you. Really helping your case over there.
Please, give us some space to examine the body.
Don't touch her. I don't think we can without the whole thing crumbling into piles of ashes. Viridian knew before the words even left her mouth that it was precisely the wrong thing to say. With a mighty sigh, Vance pushed past the rest of the group and rushed up the stairs. Hale decided to take control of the situation.
Listen up. We will all stay right here in this room.
This hot boiler room.
This hot, boiling room with the dead body in the furnace.
That's still boiling.
Right there. That's also still boiling. I'll go get Miss Vance, and then we will wait. In here. Until morning. With the body. Not a soul touches the crime scene. There's likely only one killer, and against all of us, surely logic and a communal thirst for justice will win out.
Surely. Yeah, no. I'm holding myself up in a room by myself until morning. I'm seriously going to lose it if I had to spend one more minute in the smell. Or in this company. She left, quickly followed by a protesting Noah. Hale's second attempt to keep the guests together was equally successful as the first. Soon, only he and Faraday remained.
Perhaps they have the right idea.
Let's see if this house has a wine cellar.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say.
Tonight. Oh wait,
Yeah,
that's you.
especially since I was the one that was supposed to get paid tonight, and I'm not going to get paid tonight. So let's use this opportunity to be astonishingly expensive drunks.
I keep accidentally doing your lines. I just keep reading and reading.
Keep reading and reading.
Harry, it's up to us to figure this out. You saw all that. We can't trust any of them. Only you and I were in the parlor when the murder happened. Any of the rest of them could have done it.
If I had a nickel for every detective named Harry who is really depressed, anxious, and like a horrible drunk, I still would be broke. Ollie, I'm running on empty. I cannot emotionally handle anymore. So if you want to keep me going, I need a good reason. Any reason, so long as it's good.
Faraday glared at him. Belle was a good person. Even when the other guests were offered to you, she was always nice. She didn't hire you for a parlor chick. She trusted you with the memory of a friend. She might be the only person left in the city who actually respected you. Are you going to hide like a big baby? Because you don't want to get your feelings hurt? Or are you going to act like the decent man I know is still in there somewhere?
For Belle.
There we go. I knew you weren't a complete piece of garbage.
Just mostly.
Just a significant percentage. The pair approached the furnace solemnly and crouched down to look carefully at what clues they could find.
Oh. Oh, what?
So, obviously we had that. You want to go with the body first? Or maybe we should.
Oh, that sea urchin's looking at us.
That is, yeah, actually. Is
that a pile of soot?
You're reading a line.
Why is it so far away from the furnace?
Ooh, curious. Howell knelt down to get a closer look, reaching out to touch it.
Ah!
He recoiled, fingers singed. Sting. Other thing. Was it sharp? Harry, are you listening to me?
Huh. Our first choice. Time to save.
It's time to save. Actually, since this is, I'll just... Surely we don't need to go that far back. Okay, I can't stop walking even if I'm dead. I have so much to do. I work too hard for this all to be nothing. What are you feeling right now?
What kind of option is this?
Well, we did just get a stinging in our finger.
These are all just sort of generally the same.
Yeah, but what's the feel for you? There's no give up and die, so...
I worked too hard for this to be all for nothing. Hand me that notebook. I feel like I have to write. Right now.
Faraday handed him the notebook, and Harold immediately set to scribbling. What are you doing? Harold's right hand continued to write, but his left jerked the book out of his hand. He put a hand to his temple.
Thank you for that.
He shook his head, clearing it out. You alright?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Was that a stray imp?
Half right. I believe that was Bell's imp. Should have recognized it. Creative imps usually do have a spike or spines of some kind, and it was on her like suit the whole time, right?
Yeah, I do believe so.
I noticed there was like a weird, like sea urchin on her the whole time.
It is the sea urchin.
Push their users to keep working. Different people are motivated by different things. Some people write out a fierce desire to change the world. Some draft out of spite, which always ends up poisoning the user. But it looks like Belle's sense of self-worth was tied to her writing. An imp with this many spines was likely stinging her constantly, encouraging her to write. Something like that would be pretty useful for getting research papers done. Wait, yeah. Well, it's time for my revenge.
Wow, I'm glad I sounded different in that.
It really isn't the worst sort of imp to have. But just like with any imp, if it got bigger...
He let the pause linger. Faraday swallowed. I'll get to it then. We'll seal it up back at home. Put it with the other strays. Yoink. Faraday tried to locate it, but it was already gone. Not yoink. Oh. It got away.
Well, it's someone else's headache now.
Oh, I can't do the thing until, the cart. This little thing next to the body, or the body itself, because I don't think there's anything else.
Well, I gotta click something.
Let's do the card. Okay, but
Is
before
this
we
the
do
dinner?
that, you
Yep.
can do that. Let's see. Okay, what was it? Was it notes?
We've been through this. Been through this.
Was it in horse?
No, this nothing new. Nothing new.
Is there another note at the no?
I think there was something at the end of notes that we didn't see that you just clicked by.
Oh, did I?
Again?
No, there's
Further?
no more. There's just these
Oh,
two.
was it at the beginning of people then?
Might be at the beginning. So there's obviously that.
I meant at the beginning of people.
This is the beginning?
Okay. No.
Huh. What was written? Oh, was it quite literally deceased?
Oh.
I
It
think
might have
was.
just been deceased.
Deceased.
Is that the dinner cart? Why would it be down here?
Something is different about it.
It doesn't have food on it. Everything looks better when it has food on it.
Do you think it'd look better if I wore a food hat?
What?
Nothing, just a thought. Anyways, let's continue on.
It's just a small piece of fabric. But that doesn't match anything Belle was wearing.
That was on the cup, isn't it? Because that's the ivy.
Oh, yeah?
I guess we can find where it came from. We might know more. Okay, so this little thing.
It's a lump of metal here.
Oh, I think I know what it is. You remember that key in a sleeve?
One for her office. Yeah, when I look at it closely, I can see a little of the shape left.
Barely.
Well, it's enough to tell for certain that it is her office key. When we're done here, we should check up in her office.
Is that in notes? Or is that in horse? It was a white key.
I think we're fine at the moment. I don't think we have to...
We're good. We'll remember this ourselves. As we are professionals.
Also, I don't think we've actually seen Lupin's page yet.
Oh, have we not? Where's Lupin?
Lupin Flowers, a Fae, Friends of Canterbury, eats stories?
Question mark. Then wove some dusty old children book stories?
Question mark?
Married?
Does Imp can voice you to do
Oh.
things?
Deluce.
Hmm.
Oh wow, that makes that one scene at the table all the more different when she said she had a friend and she was gonna marry her. Oh, no, that's why it was.
Just say that wasn't very appropriate, which how would he know if...
Yeah, they are. Oh, wow. Ooh. We got a lot of lore.
Lore.
Faraday stood back and Harold inspected the body. Are we sure that it's Belle? Maybe it's a different body? Or a fake or something?
Decency forbids I give any details. I can confirm that this corpse is, without question, Miss Bernadette Bell.
Decency? This is a murder investigation. Get in there and really look. Harold glared at Faraday.
Would you care to do the honors?
Faraday stepped forward, but the lingering smell of burning hair was too much for him. I can't.
It'd be better emotionally if she'd been charred beyond recognition. Oh yes, I can still tell that it's her.
He went pale and firmly turned away from the grisly sight.
You understand? Combined skill set, not the same as investigator or a consulting detective. We can still observe and deduce. We'll have to do so without the post-mortem.
Couldn't we at least move her out of there?
Can't. She would,
Harold felt his shoulders tense and his gut seized up. He clenched his teeth and waited for the anger to abate. Then he continued.
We cannot move her. She'd fall apart if we attempted to.
Faraday gave the ground a helpless kick.
All we can do is keep the furnace off. Hope that the authorities can find something we can't.
You know, this is the same way Canterbury died. There's no way this isn't related.
It's highly suspicious. But it could merely be a coincidence.
Faraday raised his eyebrow at Harold.
Or maybe it is somewhat likely that the two friends who both worked at the same place and were killed in the same manner have the same killer.
Wow, brilliant.
Thank you.
What a bold claim. You really aren't a detective, are you? Harold walked off to examine something else.
Think that's everything of relevance?
Yeah, I can't find anything else either. Let's lay out what makes sense. It will make the most sense if the mortal knew the layout of the house, because they would need to know about the boiler room.
It's hard to tell who might have been here before, for sure. Or who might have arrived early. Or snuck away to get a good look at the house.
Looking at this fabric again, Faraday held up a small piece of burnt ivory-colored cloth. I feel like I recognized it.
You should. Saw it at dinner. There's a cloth that was on the dinner cart. I remember because I thought it was tastefully in season. There's been a movement towards more plant decoration lately. Very in vogue.
What does that even mean?
Doesn't matter.
What does... Oh no, yeah, that's me. What does matter is the cloth is burned up, which means someone chose to burn it. Why would they do that?
I'd have to assume that the person who burned it also burned Belle. So it might have evidence on it.
That makes sense.
Well, let's get moving. We won't solve anything sitting around here.
Faraday held up the notebook and gave it a little wiggle. Al started a to-do list. Harold raised an eyebrow. To-do list. Oh, let's see. To-do. Oh.
Hmm.
So we got nothing to do. Oh, case closed. Let's...
All right.
Harold raised an eyebrow.
It's blank.
Well, I won't know what we're doing until we ask around first.
Why doesn't asking around count as something to do? If I have to be awake to do it, it counts as doing something.
Quit complaining and pick a room. So we have the parlor
Well,
room. Bath.
I gotta shit. Well, I was insinuating we gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah, we gotta take a shit. That's true. Though the door was open, the bathroom was occupied by a large occupant.
Oh, you're somehow going backwards.
This is weird.
You are pressing something and it is going
I
backwards.
don't know what I am pressing. I only have my hand on the mouse.
The scroll wheel?
Oh, maybe I did flick. Scrolling might be acting up. This does not have the best scroll. Anyways, a large occupant.
I'm saying you could test the scroll wheel right now.
Yes.
Yep.
Whoa!
Oh.
Well, let's go. I'm not doing that again. It was a tight fit, all three of them standing inside this small bathroom. Well, small-ish. Hey, you alright?
Yeah. It's nothing. You're gonna try and figure out what happened. As a matter of fact.
Where were you?
Where were you? Let's give up.
Let's give up and go home.
Here.
The whole time?
Yes.
Goose hat slipped even further over their eyes. They look clammy.
I feel sick. And it seemed believable.
Well, let's try someone else.
It's really cramped in here. Please leave.
And thus we do. We could go like this.
Yeah.
Parlor room. As they reached the parlor, they found Lieutenant Nowak in an armchair tapping his foot in idle rotation.
We have a few questions.
Oh. Oh, this will be rich. You want to start from the top?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go down. I don't have to cooperate with you. You're both, frankly, beneath me. What the hell am I going to get out of answering for you? The warm, buzzy feeling of human decency for solving an innocent person's murder? Pass. Now, get lost, both of you. Eyes opened once more on Nowak's chest. And at the sound of his order, Faraday's legs gave another unwieldy twist. The shudder, contorted steps. Both he and Harold stumbled out the door. Harold was on the ground in a heap.
How unpleasant. As we both know where we are. Seems that his imp doesn't force us to take his words literally. It seems that his imp doesn't force us to take his words literally. So that's how it works.
I don't care how it works. I'm gonna kick his teeth in.
Can I kick any teeth anywhere until we learn how his imp works? More importantly, the investigation goes nowhere until we question him.
Fine. Let me think. Eyes tend to be found on authoritarian imps, people conscious of the control others exhibit through the social gaze.
Yeah, people's imps manifest eyes to watch and judge them.
But Nowak doesn't seem to care at all what anyone else thinks of him.
Maybe it's a repressed fear.
You're projecting that, I think.
Smart ass.
But seriously, if he was scared of how others perceived him, he'd keep his imp hidden. But he wears it like a literal badge of honor.
Faraday, you're a genius.
Wow, been a long time since you told me that.
seen an imp like this before. It's very common among police officers. When one is intimidated by the officer using it, then they are compelled to follow the officer's orders. So all we have to do is not be scared.
Well, I can't help it. I'm trying to stand up to him, but he annoys me. What are we going to do?
Switch cases. We need to turn our thinking around. We've been trying to solve the mystery of Belle and Canterbury's murders, when we could have returned to the mystery of the missing wine cellar.
Oh no!
Don't worry, Holly, it's not so bad to give up. In fact, the more you do it, the easier it gets. A little practice, you can give up on everything at all. For days at a time.
No, I just had an idea, but you're not going to like it.
What would you even say it? Why would you even say it?
We're at a disadvantage if everyone else is using the imps. And we're not using ours.
Yes, but I hardly see how taking off your glasses is supposed to... No.
If you were to just unseal yours temporarily, yeah, I think we'd have our no-walk problem solved.
Oh yes, one problem solved and one even bigger issue left behind.
I'm not thrilled about this either, but this is for Belle, isn't it? Plus, she might punch that guy's lights out. Which I would find super gratifying to watch. Look, you won't be losing social standing with this dude. He already hates your guts. He might even respect you more after she punches him.
Extremely unlikely.
Ugh. You can never be sure with guys like that.
Be honest with me, can you handle this?
The night always sucks, I'll survive. So please? Holly groaned and put a hand to his mouth, looking vaguely ill. Please. I want to see her. Wave of revulsion rippled through Howlett's abdomen, and he doubled over. Nausea gripped him, and he fought to swallow back all the saliva suddenly filling his mouth. But, as he just said, giving up was easier the more practice you got. And in a sheer effort of a lack of will, Harold gave up. Stomach lurching, Harold vomited himself inside out. That was not a metaphor. Soon there was a big mess laying on the ground, but it was not roast turkey and soup. It was a figure. And though she was not human, she had been around too long, and grown from too many of Harold's repressed feelings. The public considered imps to be something they could control. An imp would not talk back. The public cannot refer to her as an imp. To them, she was a demon. Ooh! But the two gentlemen called her Maggie. Maggie hopped to her feet, squealing with delight.
How do I...
How would she sound? Because she comes from him.
Holly, you asked for me. I knew it.
You know?
Yeah, no,
I
yeah.
knew you would want to see me eventually.
She opened her arms wide, and her eye vein pulsed with joy.
Here I am, just for you.
Yay.
I know you're having a bad night, and I'm gonna protect you. Do you know how badly I want to throw my arms around you? Let me wrap you up. I'll never have to let go, and nobody can ever hurt you. Not ever again.
No, thanks. Let's just question Noak and get this over with, okay? Viridian stepped towards the door, but Maggie jumped in front of him, wagging a finger.
You know what I want from you first?
Maggie bared her sharp teeth. Viridian shrunk away from her, but he wasn't fast enough.
First, I want to see your notebook. I love looking at it.
She snatched it up from his hands and scribbled in it, giggling to herself.
It's been so long since you let me hold it.
Harry and I read through it all the time when you were gone. There.
She handed it back to him. Viridian looked slightly shell-shocked. You're not going to...
Ah, you disappointed. Maybe thought you'd get a big old smooch out of the evening. No, I remember what you told me. Maggie, I don't like it when you hold me tight like that. Maggie, your spit is literally acid. Don't kiss me. We can keep taking it slow. No worries. PDA is off limits at murder scene.
Well,
That is an absolute rule.
I suppose that's right.
Unless you really want to blow off the investigation. Just get drunk and canoodle in the wine cellar. Very romantic.
Oh, Maggie, you're always so much. But Harry really looked at it all the time.
Of course, things got so much worse when you left. He kept stuffing more and more and more of himself in me. Because we're a disgusting, awful person. I tried to be good and let him have me removed. But I just hate being so gross. He really made our body look so much better. And I like using that one thing instead of this thing. Because I'm disgusting and inconvenient. And if I would just go away forever, we could be a normal person again and people would like us. But even if you left, I always believed that you still cared. I thought about you so much more than Harry did, more with each passing day. I looked at your journal every day, and you know that, Holly. I would even smell it, just hoping that some trace of you was still left in the pages.
Please, can we crush your no walk now? Maggie's demeanor was wild and full of pent-up jive. But Holly's unenthusiastic response evaporated all of her excitement in a short order.
Fine.
Maggie walked over to the door and gave the side of her head a casual smack with the heel of her palm. She muttered to herself.
I'm not cringy. Harold Edwin. Ridicule. You're cringe!
No, you!
You're cringe!
Maggie opened the door to the parlor and Holly followed her in, giving her a gracious amount of space. Noak recoiled as he saw her. Ugh! Is that thing from the ambassador's ball? He turned to Faraday. Did Ludical, because I don't pronounce anything right, decide that he hadn't had enough ruin? Or,
Hey! I'm not here to explain myself. I'm not even really here to solve that murder. But I heard you were bullying my Holly.
he said no pickles! Hey.
His pronouns are things.
Quit hiding, Ludical. Only a coward hides behind his imp. And this one you really should have kept locked up. An ugly imp is a sign of an ugly soul. That isn't even remotely how it works. Just for the record. Maggie was positively glowing.
Holly, you stood up for me.
I wasn't standing up for you. I was standing up for Harry.
Same div. Anyway,
She turned back to Noak.
you think I'm ugly? That's nothing compared to what your face will look like if you don't start apologizing to my Holly. Now!
She sucked in her cheeks and then spat a while of bright clean something on the floor. Carpet sizzled for a moment. No sizzle sound? Aw. But long enough
Well-
to born a... What?
Maybe it didn't come through.
It might not have come through, actually. Try it again.
No.
Aw. Missed out on the best sizzling ever.
Yeah.
But long enough to born a coin-sized hole into it. Noak tried to employ his imp, the eyes flashing. Get away from me, freak. Viridian took an unwilling step back. But Maggie threw her head back and laughed, striding forward and staring him dead in the eye.
Ah! You want me to boo-hoo and cower? You want me to nod like a good little boy? That part of me is stuffed in the broom cupboard like the silly nerd he is.
With a free hand, she dug her knuckles into her temple.
And he'll shut up and let me do my job. If he doesn't want me to come out later and snap his fountain pen collection in half.
She turned her attention back to Noak.
Speaking of the increasing odds of snapping things in half, say sorry to Ollie. Say he's perfect just the way he is.
Maggie, you're taking it too far. It's not even about me. I just want him to...
Shh, Ollie. We need to hear him.
Noak lifted his arm, intending to backhand Maggie, but she caught his blow before it could reach her cheek. Oh. The lad wants to brawl. Now does he? Noak tried his best to struggle free from her grip, and he kicked at her. Her grip was tight as steel. Unfortunately, his boots' toes were tipped with steel too. It dug into her side, and she dropped to her knees. Noak loomed over her. Viridian let out a cry of outrage, but Noak turned his imp gaze back towards him. Don't move, and shut up. Viridian's feet froze in place, and he grounded his teeth together. Noak grabbed Maggie by the hair and lifted her up. I suppose the case is closed now, isn't it? Ludicale, sorry, I keep saying it right. Demon ran amok and started killing people. Luckily for all involved, Lieutenant Noak was there to put it down. Maggie's scalp was in a fair amount of pain, but both of her hands were free. She took aim, pulled back a closed fist, and punched Noak in the shoulder. Maggie did not have steel fingers, but there was, traditionally, a reason why humans fear a demon. When a blow made contact to Noak's shoulder, something popped. He howled in pain. Awoo!
Ow!
They both fell to the floor and Noak lay crumpled, clutching his arm. Maggie stood up and brushed herself off, muttering to herself.
Yeah, you're right, Harry. It would have been way easier to just apologize in the first place. But that half is fun. You okay, Holly?
Faraday's joint loosened and he nodded. She looked at Noak.
Now you be nice to him and answer his questions. If you're nice, I'll pop that shoulder back into the socket for you.
Oh, fine! Maggie lined up her hand along Noak's shoulder, then muttered.
I mean, we spent a lot more time studying demon anatomy than human anatomy. But it's all the same, right?
What? She popped the bone back into the socket. Noak did his very best not to cry. Maggie gave him a Freddy claps on the shoulder. He was crying. The injured one. Of course.
Oh, yeah, almost forgot. So, I stood up to you. Does that mean I have earned your begrudging but earnestly felt respect?
Noak looked up at her and, without letting go of his injured shoulder, used his hand to make a rather obscene gesture.
Yeah, it was a long shot anyway.
Noak muttered and he pulled himself back to his feet. She turned away on Faraday with an excited grin.
How about you? You're smithing more now, right, Holly?
Oh, what do we say?
Oh no.
I'm gonna save you, actually. Do we?
Well, okay, here's the thing. You know, this is the demon made out of like the negative repressed, like,
Yeah.
bad parts, right?
Yeah.
So if they're like attention seeking, is feeding into that a good idea?
But also, it is so self-loathing that they want respect to feel better. Would that be the thing, too?
Well, I don't know. Is feeding into, like, the whole
Is-
thing, like, helping them, or is that just justifying them acting that way?
Yeah.
So I would say no.
No.
Because you couldn't respect me more than you already do.
Delusional, add that on.
Okay.
I knew you'd say that. You're so sweet, Ellie. Be back in a moment to question you, Novak.
Maggie practically skipped out of the room, aglow with excitement.
Ali took me out to a nice dinner. And I got to protect your honor.
Faraday followed her out, exasperated. You assaulted a guy that might go after us later.
Potato potato. Look, it's not exactly my deal, Dapo. Why quibble? It's nice to have someone who is willing to be seen with me.
She closed her eyes and pursed her lips.
You can kiss me goodnight.
Uh,
Come on, you're head over heels for me. I know you wanna.
She didn't open her eyes or change her position, but she did give an impatient little hop.
Swing me on my feet, you soft, handsome devil.
That's a little funny. He couldn't look at her. I've told you before, I have feelings for someone else.
But that's not.
She muttered to herself.
I'm just as much Harold as Harold is.
Maggie frowned, wilting.
I'll get changed into something more comfortable, shall I?
She started to walk away. Hey, Maggie, She cuts off.
Don't worry, cutie. I'm just heading down the hall for a minute. Nobody likes watching someone throw up.
And turn inside out. Harold walks back down the hall, wiping his mouth on his sleeve.
Tastes like niece and resentment. But apologies for her behavior.
You know, after all this, if you want to talk, she's a bit much for me, but you...
As I've said before, just ignore anything she says. Not a good idea to dwell on it.
He puts his hand to his temple and rubbed at it, muttering something to himself, before turning his attention back to the doorway.
Well, shall we?
And without waiting for Faraday to respond, Harold walked back into the room. Faraday ground his teeth. Stubborn. And then followed Harold. They returned to the parlor, feeling much more optimistic about the chance of getting some answers. So...
Now I think you're ready to tell us where you were when Belle was murdered.
I was with D in the hallway. I know, but I'm spelling it on purpose for him.
Yeah.
I feel like he would just everything.
I forgot Novak sucks.
Novox is the only one I will do that for. She said that she heard someone moving around upstairs. Didn't she tell you that?
No, she didn't.
Noah gave a deep beta-cute sigh. She's trying to frame me. Very aspirational. To have a marriage where your wife wants you to get framed for murder.
You see anything suspicious?
Sure, I saw clearly someone passed us to get up the stairs. Seems suspicious to me that she'd be in such a hurry. Oh, that's all for you. And stay out. Don't come back.
Welcome back, Spooky Spook viewers.
Welcome back to the to-do list. We haven't even finished speaking with anyone. But we could ask her why she was on the stairs. Dining room?
Yep.
When they reached the dining room, there was a figure sitting on the windowsill, curled up and still in the moonlight. Oh, I see. The figure was poring over a thick sheaf of papers. I feel like this might be that one dude. What a difference that makes.
Hello.
Oh! The figure scooped up the papers, shoving them under a decorated pillow, which did little to hide them. Oh no, it's her! Oh my goodness, she got the papers.
Hey, hello. Well, what are you both doing here?
We only want a moment of your time.
Well, we'll start with
Where
the motor.
were you?
I was in here. I really love the decoration. They'll put a lot of things from around house into the story as Duchess Baker's style and taste. I'm trying to absorb inspiration.
Didn't Bill say it was the parlor that was styled like Duchess Baker's room?
Everything you see is part of my method.
What were you doing on the stairs? Let's listen.
The stairs. Yeah. Merrick
Yeah.
said.
Oh, the other one. Yeah,
Nothing.
Merrick said he saw you running on the stairs.
Is he sure?
Well, I'm sure that this death is going to be put your is going to put your stage show even more in the spotlight. Did you really want to travel and get famous that badly?
Of course not.
At that moment, Clarice could no longer hold back and burst into tears.
I'm sorry. I think I would even know.
Clarice cried into her hands.
I was on the stairs because I took the manuscript from the first story out of Belle's office. She probably had it out to write the play adaptation. I just really wanted to see it. I just felt like this one out here look through it without anyone seeing me.
I thought you were gonna go even higher. I was like, oh my goodness.
Me. And then run back up and put it back. Belle's office door was open. I snuck in there after the imp left. I thought it was a cleaning imp, but the place was a mess. Then I heard that scream. He shut the door behind me, hid the manuscript, and went to find out what happened. I was gonna put it back. It's been right there, safe and sound.
Why would you do that?
It sounds stupid and embarrassing, but I'm just a big fan who completely overstepped my boundaries.
It's so honest.
I'm so ashamed.
Clarice's eyes welled up again and she sniffed loudly.
Now I can't even apologize to Miss Bell for it.
Where's the
Where's the manuscript now?
Where's the manuscript?
Where is it?
It's on the windowsill right over there.
Clarice retrieved the stacks of paper, wiping away a few tears with her free hand.
I really wasn't here after that, I promise. I understand if you don't believe me after what I did. But I really hope you find out who did this. Miss Bell was such an amazing writer and a kind person.
Clarice looked at her feet and held a stack of papers out to Faraday.
You should take this. I'm sick just thinking about it. If you can summon Miss Bell's ghost, please tell her to say I'm sorry.
I'll do that.
Yep. Harold and Faraday left the room feeling, not for the first time that night, deeply awkward.
I'm genuinely upset. I want to believe her.
I want to believe no one killed Belle, but we have to be skeptical. For example, look at this manuscript. It's the first Constance Little Bear story. And as really neat as it is to be holding it for real, I could swear Belle said she wrote in blue ink.
Indigo, but
I was gonna
Never
say
mind.
it was very specific. This is black ink. So it doesn't even matter that I'm colorblind in that sense. People lie all the time. And for the weirdest reasons. Sometimes it's just really hard to tell what to believe.
indeed. Seems like everyone here has something they're hiding. But so do I. I can't judge.
Well, actually,
Well,
I think you could do a little judging
yeah,
as a
I
treat.
think you're,
Okay,
you
so
can do a bit of judging.
Oh, so we're good with her. So each one probably has like one extra thing. Is there anything? No, that's not people.
Oh, I will give him a smoot. This is
Kiss. Okay. Well, okay.
I'm sad because I'm
Full
Garbo.
size porn though.
I want all the genders. Gimme.
Gimme. True.
All 17 of them.
We should kiss. Okay, so she just has deceased. Just the question of wasn't them. See her. Took the first little bear story, but it wasn't written in the right one. And she's in the dining room. Well, we don't need
It was
Yeah.
written in black ink, but that could just be Belle lying. So,
that. Could
but it also could be a
It-
hint.
could also be. Wait, was that one was the more recent
If we go
ones, or
to
was
the
that an
office and we find everything else is written in indigo ink, then perhaps that is a clue.
Let's. Oh, wait.
But we're going clockwise, yeah.
Do you want to go to the kitchen first before we go to the office?
We're going clockwise. Surely we can return, right?
Surely. When they reached the kitchen, Vance was there, sitting with a stool and a small notebook. Her hands were fiercely trembling, but she seemed to be forcing herself to write. Gentlemen. She did not look up until she was finished with the sentence. I must ask you to leave. I will not casually chat with Belle's killer.
Madam, we're all under suspicion. I still believe that we have more to gain by working together.
I decline. If you won't answer our questions, I'll just assume you did it. Very well. Ask your questions and then be gone. The general, where were you? Vance stood up from the stool she had been sitting on, hunched over a small notebook with a black fountain pen. I was looking for her up in her office, but she wasn't there. I started to look around the other parts of the house, and then I finally saw her in the boiler room. Vance turned away and shook a bit. My composure failed. I admit to that scream when I saw. I admit. Yeah. No, I was right.
Developers made an error.
Yes! Screamed when I saw her. After that, I came in here. I feel safer with the kitchen imps to protect me. Would she say the imps afterwards? Or was that...
The imps? I'll say it.
Oh! Okay, so she was going on.
Oh.
They're plenty strong, so don't get any funny ideas. I just need to wait for morning, and this long nightmare will be over. Who would have motivations? All of them! You saw that she'd received that threat. One of the guests is a hitman that barely shows her face. They're clearly hiding something. I feel like that alone is more than enough evidence for the police. Though, if you want my opinion, Goose is clearly a red herring.
You mean you think Goose is a ruse?
Yes, a ruse goose. Because they are not the only killer here tonight. She shot Harold a particularly venomous look, feeling guilty. You should be. Everything went wrong as soon as you started trying to summon that ghost. Hey, I know you're upset, but Haley didn't do anything wrong. He clearly did, you saw it yourself. The lights went out, and then she was robbed and murdered. And I have heard the rumors about you, Ludakiel. Everyone has been tiptoeing around the subject, but I really don't understand. How is a man with a demon allowed to roam freely? The same as any good, respectable citizen.
I keep it to myself. And you know, the rumors of what my demon did, have been incredibly embellished in the retelling.
I suppose you must have used the last of your good connections. And I'll trust the word of my associates. Thank you. Not the word of a wash-up like you.
I'm sorry.
Haley, quit apologizing for waves you didn't make. Let's try someone else. Vance looked back down at a notebook. Away with you. That away we go to the office.
Woo!
One Faraday attempted to open the door to Belle's office. It wouldn't budge. Oh. Damn, she locked it.
Well, we did find the key with Belle's body, but it was melted. We need to find another way in.
Is that on the to-do list now? Yeah. Alright, music room. They found Deleuze in the music room, at the North Hall with a massive pipe organ. Go away. I'm looking for snacks.
Why in here? Do you think you're in...
I know where I am. I'm in a room with a massive pipe organ. I get a better look around than either of you did. Bet you didn't even know there was a music room here, let alone a massive pipe organ.
I suppose not.
Just answer a few questions for us, please. Oh, geez, there's a lot in here.
Oh,
Well, let's start from the top. Seems like you could solve this easily by just summoning a ghost and asking her.
I actually, funny story about that.
So, that whole seance thing was a heavy load. You have to give it to him, it sounded pretty convincing. I can't wait to tell people you're total fraud. Harold balked and prepared to apologize. Faraday cut him off. Didn't your very rich father die under very questionable circumstances? And you designed and sold so many ships now. That seems kind of lucky for you. Maybe Harry decided for his next trick, he's gonna summon the ghost of your father to talk about who might have killed him. The threat was barely veiled, but instead of getting upset, it seemed to excite Deleuze. Oh? But you already said that he can't summon ghosts. Why would people believe his lie over mine? Harold noted her reaction and smirked.
What's the matter? There's even a whiff of scandal. Somebody's gonna come looking for it. Maybe I'd be laughed out of society again. But the press would learn your dirty little secret. I take you down with me, Deleuze.
Deleuze laughed chipper. Point taken. It looks like I can't win against a very legitimate seance, Duba. Anyways, I was upstairs when the murder took place. All by myself. Very convincing. Why don't you tell the truth? All by myself. How did you get in here?
I don't think this door was open while we were stealing the manor.
And there's no windows or other exits. Locks aren't usually a problem for me. That makes you a bit suspicious in my book. Look, Belle was promised to put my ship design into her next book. It was even going to be the setting for the whole story. I had the opposite of a motive. It would have been a story about a mortal. Who would want to buy a boat that had a mortal on it?
Fictional murders are classy and fun. People aren't usually bothered about the context. Just hearing the name would get them interested.
Exactly, gladly catching on Ludicil seal. Keel? You're an eel.
Yeah, that's the key to the name. Eel.
I would have a design featuring heavily in the Misty. It would have sold even more than I already do. People could come for tours. Her being dead is bad for business. Simple as that. And you know, she was kinda a nice person. If you suspect anyone, look into my human barnacle, Merrick. He always likes to screw things up for people. And if it's me who's involved, even more so. Screw things up. Yeah, he sabotaged business deals of mine before. This project with Bell would have meant maybe even getting international attention. He'll be furious if I got more opportunities. I'm already out of his league and he's only getting farther behind. He's on a shock that he would cheat to try and catch up.
You think you'd really take it this far?
Absolutely. I won't lie and say that I would be disappointed to hear what was just doing. Did you see anything suspicious? I did hear something when the lights went out. A lot of people were moving when they started panicking, but Goose moved over and opened the case. I could hear the whole thing. Can you be sure of that? Goose was standing next to Miles and me during the seance. I heard Miles say that someone let go of his hand, and I could tell when Goose let go of my hand. I know that because I am me. So, Goose was on the loose. Well, then, someone with a heavy footsteps ran over to the back of the room and the cabinet door opened. Goose has a really heavy step. Big folks like that tend to usually do. Merrick has a heavy step too, but he's got those awful metal custom shoes. So he sounds different when he walks. Lewis shrugged. You could hear all that even with all the commotion the others were making? If there's shenanigans going on, you couldn't tear me away. We need your help. Everyone seems to.
Please?
Well, I guess I don't have a lot to do at the moment. And you two are too chummy to have committed any murders.
Thank you.
Just don't get your demon out or whatever. I heard it melted a guy's wife's hand off. In a jar of acid. At a party.
That's a new one.
You said you can break locks? My imp won't let me get locked into any place. So technically sure. If I can frame it right. DA's imp looked like a large metal key. It scampered free from her pocket, tears rolling down its handle. Oh my goodness, it's a little key. It pushed firmly against the door, and despite its small size, the door pushed smoothly open. The imp muttered through tears as it pushed. Let me out! Let me out! Are you okay? Why wouldn't I be? It just does that. Like I said, imps are weird. What they say doesn't mean anything.
Thank you, Misty Loose.
That's all you needed. Then I'm off. Snacks are calling. Harold and Faraday entered the office. Finally. And saw what clearly constituted a murder scene. Oh my. Scorched marks on the carpets and a mess of papers that were not scattered on the previous visit to the room. There were several cabinets that were open, and the mess made it difficult to know where to look first. Shit.
So, what Myers said, is like, oh yeah, when I snuck over to get the manuscripts, before the murder, she said that this place was a mess. Meaning this was a mess
Yeah,
beforehand.
before she went up there.
Or Myers did this, created the mess, and then knew it existed, but
But also, how did Myers know where the stuff was? Because we know before.
Oh yeah, it was double locked.
Yeah, she said it was double locked.
Oh, but Belle said that she was going over to get her note.
Yeah, but
So she might have gone over to unlock that, and then Myers
oh yeah, that's true.
jumped in.
She might have just had it open, and then it happened. And then she was able to get the match because it was already open and out.
Yeah.
But it was also noted that an imp left the room. She thought
But
it was
also noted, yeah, and also was again noted that because we were in the office before and it wasn't messy. By
Yeah.
the time Myers left, which was after Belle left, Myers said that the place was messy. So.
Yeah.
Timeline. The timeline is starting.
We're gonna piece it together. We'll get the true ending.
Yeah, the real ending.
Yeah, the real ending. We know who did it.
We already know who did it.
We already know. We're just not gonna tell you. Anyways. Shit. This place is a mess.
There's no real way of knowing what objects would be relevant unless you would have a look around.
Why me? My sight's better than Duluth's, but not by much.
No. Use,
I don't want to do that, Heel.
You said I had to do this for Belle. So, Holly, can't you do this? At least to solve her murder?
Fine. Stand back or go in the hallway or something.
Sure.
Viridian took a deep breath and took off his glasses. So there's 2 pages. Oh, there's a little soot. And there's a window.
We're in super investigating
You want to
mode.
go for the notes first? See what those are?
Sure.
Belle script for the play. It bound up with her. Almost none of it is left. It's not salvageable. Is this the same? This is part of the script too. Hours and hours, all ashes. I wonder if it will never get made because of this. What will happen if it's gone forever? Okay, so that got killed.
So it got burned with her. So was it tied to her, or did it get burned after the fact? Why is it burned?
Let's see the ladder. I'm curious if this is where she. What if you climbed that and fell backwards and just broke your head open? Okay.
Okay. I have to go and get my secret manuscript all the way up here. I hope no one pushes me off this ladder.
I hope no one shakes it. No little imp. There's a bore mark on the ground and one on the ceiling. She died right here and nobody heard it. Did she just combust? Could I just burn up like that? Could Harry? What if the killer comes after us next? It's pulled open and something is missing. Something that belongs here is gone. So this is where the manuscript is. So it's locked in the chest. Or in the desk. I don't know why I said chest. It's a chest desk. I won't be able to find it if it's not in this room. What if that's the whole reason she was murdered? Oh. Let's see the desk. Almost nothing left on top except for a few pens and blue ink stains. Will the next person who owns this desk even know who Belle was? Okay,
so there is blue ink stains.
There is blue ink stains. Yes, that is a thing. I think the window's the only thing. Imagine just running at the glass and trying to jump out. Haley Seal would push me back. He would save me without even knowing.
Oh.
You piece of shit. How many times have you run away? How could you have done something with your You could have done something with your life. You're the most pathetic loser A man with no impact might as well have never existed. Belle wrote thousands of words more than you ever will. And now she's dead, and her work will outlive her. What work have you done? You don't matter. Oh, nothing matters. Nothing you ever do will be worth anything to anyone. At least Harry has done something. You're too broken to finish a single thing. He's too good for you. When you die now, seeing a person will care or remember. He tried to keep looking, but the room felt bigger and bigger every second, like it was going to swallow him. Though everything inside it felt completely incomprehensible and impenetrable. His whole life felt like something he wished he could forget. His failures, his unfinished work, they all felt like 1,000-pound manifested themselves in his chest. He stared at the room and every single object, saw the terribleness of a cold and caring world that were born of fade or rot. The room reminded him of how he didn't deserve to be here, or anywhere. He was worthless. He lost control of his breathing and the world felt like a stage he wasn't even on. His heart raced and his face contorted into pain, gasping sobs. He couldn't make words. He struggled to stay standing or to catch his breath.
Holly? Coming back in.
Harold moved closer, wanting desperately to make it stop and to put his arms around his shaking friend, even though his arms ached to hold him, hoping that protective feeling would reach him. But he waited for permission. Faraday's voice was just a series of gasping sounds, but between them, he managed a strangling word. Oh, gay. Harry pulled him into a hug, and Faraday burst into tears. He moaned and tried to catch his breath between wordless pain utterance.
Sorry. I'm right here, Ollie.
Harry's arms were tight around him, the pressure familiar. Ollie wanted to sink deeper into the grip, to fall back through the years to when their embrace had been on his whim. His on a whim. I could talk. Even now, Holly could feel an awkward curl in Harry's fingertips. Hands, once so comfortable with his body, now didn't quite know what to do.
What'd you find out?
Faraday choked back the bitter laugh. Right back to work, huh? Sorry. This is exactly a thing I do. Regularly.
Hopefully it was something important.
You're really awful at comforting, you know?
Sorry.
No. Let's just stay here for a minute. That's enough. He almost felt Harry pull away. With a sudden fierce affection, his arms wrapped tighter. There's a lot he wanted to say, but he bit back every single one of those words. After a couple of minutes, Holly found it easier to breathe, and they got back to work. The murder took place here. That board marks that's where she died. It wasn't in the boiler room. And whoever did it also burned up the entire final draft of his play. I'll get that written down. So, Faraday grits his teeth and then managed a cocky grin. Where to next?
Said everything we just said to lose, so let's head back into the hall.
Okay. Goose. Okay, so we have two.
Goose.
You want to do the goose? Or the...
Yeah, we continue clockwise. Woo!
Yes. Back to the goose.
Oh. I keep forgetting to close the door. Well, let's get this over with.
Why did you steal the item?
And steal anything.
Duluth said she heard you do it.
She's wrong.
Oh! That's it? Okay.
This guy is impenetrable.
This is really impenetrable. Oh my goodness, what is it? What is this? Yeah, I guess. Well, let's do the one thing we know we can do. Noak did not look pleased to see them returning. Yeah, what's your motive? What's your motive? Duluth claims you had a reason to kill Belle. She says you were trying to sabotage her. Having a motive doesn't mean I did it. Don't make us get her to come back here. Noak rubbed his shoulder. Ugh. Look, if Dee says I wasn't with her, then that means she has no alibi either. And she has a history with Mona. I don't want to get her into any trouble. I say she was with me. It's on her for saying I wasn't. And hey, if Dee gets the rap for this, maybe she'll need to speak. She'll need me to speak at the trial. Wait. You know what? I take back what I said. I was completely alone. Let her come crawling back.
I suppose a judge could strike testimony from the record.
Well, this isn't a court case. You're just talking to two guys. Two guys who know that you and Deleuze have an alibi. You're no fun. Yeah, I think we're done here. Well, let's see what that had. Okay, well.
Well,
Okay, so we got...
so we're not finished with the...
Okay, so we... I think we have the kitchen. We could go back to...
Do we have any other places that
What?
we can go that we just haven't highlighted? No?
Yeah,
Okay.
no. So we still need to get them to a minute. Maybe we can talk to her and see about confronting him. Them. When they returned to the kitchen, Vance barely looked up from her writing. Can we, like, even... Do we have, like... No. Okay. I'm gonna say, because, like, we do have the writing that is in black ink that seems to be from her.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem we can really confront her about that.
Well, we will see, because it said we weren't done with Vance, so...
That is true. Come to bother me again, I see. Oh, we can ask about the script. Why would someone burn the script, hmm? What a horrible thing to do! I had no idea it was burned. She had been working on it tirelessly. Well, it's almost completely gone. I doubt anyone can use it. I'm sorry. At least her legacy can continue. Even if all her notes are gone, and I have to go back to the originally published version. Oh, wait. The originally published version that we got from the other one was in her writing. I'll make sure that the show goes on. After all, the creative voice behind the constant little bear of mysteries has not entirely departed. As her editor, I can continue the stories for her. And she wasn't happy with being in her book. Like how she constantly had to do the same book writing.
It's looking suspicious, but
it is,
could
but
that
it could be
a
red
red herring?
Yeah, it could.
That's how I feel about everyone. It's like, well, everyone here
Wow,
feels like
you
a
have
red
a motivation,
herring.
but you could be a red herring.
Everyone here seems
Everyone's a red herring.
suspicious.
I came in here to start making notes right away. It felt like the only way I could respect what she's leaving behind. Well, we'll let you get back to it. Then. So we have to convince Goose that they took it. Let's just keep bugging him. You think that will work?
Yeah, just keep bugging
let's just
him
go back in
until
there.
he speaks.
Keep forgetting to close the door. Let's get this over with. No. Okay. Okay, so we could probably either talk to Deleuze, and... because she did tell us about that.
Yeah. It says we're not done, but I feel like Dea would have more info, I guess.
Yeah, they
Music
probably
room.
would. Well, welcome back. Gosh, how long has it been? It's been like minutes. Couldn't you stay not here? It was so nice while you weren't here. Okay, so no. Leave. Still haven't found those snacks though. Okay. Well, let's.
Well,
We did whole thing.
is the parlor where the tooth was?
Paula was where the tooth was, and that's where
So
we
maybe
did
we
the
should
thing.
check where the tooth was.
I wonder if he'll just make us talk to him. Noak did not look pleased. Yeah, no.
No.
Okay, well let's try the dining room. If not, we'll go back to the office and see if anything's
Yeah.
in. Okay, look back at the flowers.
Come back, look at flowers. It's really comforting. Yeah. Okay, I guess
Yeah,
office time.
Office time. You sure are. When they return to the office. Oh, wait, where have you been?
It was another murder.
It's another motor.
What are you doing in here? Snooping. You shouldn't.
He gave up.
May we ask you a few questions? By all means.
Okay. Where were you?
I was checking on Goose. They're usually real tough, so I'm surprised they were sick.
So, you've met them before this?
I guess the cat is out of the bag on that. Such an adorable detective, aren't you? Mm.
He leaned a bit closer to Verde with a wink. Verde blushed and stammered. Yeah.
So you know them. Why pretend not to? Because they're Indian, man. If I knew them beforehand, that would have implications. I'd rather come clean. I didn't want to deal with getting a murder pinned on me. I'm a thief, not a murderer.
Oh? I'm guessing here, but I feel like everyone I talk to is going to say they're not murderers. But at least one of them is a liar.
Ask Goose then. They'll back me up. Say I told you it's okay.
Well, let's continue with this one. How did you find out about... Yeah, how did you?
We've been planning this for a while. We got... Okay, so
So...
check for their pronouns, quick. In the book.
Which one? Which one?
Lupin. Okay, just making...
Yeah.
So he and Goose, I think they basically just admitted, oh yeah, well, we stole the artifact.
Yeah, we came here to steal
That's
stuff.
that's very cut and dry,
Very cut and dry
straightforward.
was just like, yeah,
That's what we came here to do. That's what we did.
You know, they got invited. I came along.
We got floor plans, got her to run into Goose. Whenever she decided to let them in, would have been all the chance we needed.
Why come steal something when you can't get out?
That would have been exciting to deal with.
Does he just want this for a good story?
No, he said murder didn't make a good story earlier.
No, the stealing.
like,
The stealing for a good story.
Oh.
Like, they planned this out just for a good story, not even to actually steal the thing.
Wait, hold on. Isn't there... freaking... Arsène Lupin. Do you know Arsène Lupin?
I don't believe I do.
They were a fictional thief. There was like an old story, but they're famous. Like even in Persona 5, Joker's like main persona is called Arsène, and they're like, you know, the Phantom Thieves. Like, ooh,
Yeah.
his name is Lupin, but with an E. So, him being the thief actually was just like right there.
It was right on the nose with that.
Because that's it was right on the. I just realized. Wait, he's named after a thief.
They did not hold back with that one.
This party just happens to happened to be when she invited them. And I found a way to sneak myself in under the circumstances. I didn't know you would seal the place, though. There's no way to get out of here until morning. That was a bit of a hinge, but I'm sure I could have worked something else out. A challenge. It would have been fun. Did you like my trick with the lights?
You really scared poor Clarice.
No one got hurt.
No?
Well, no one was supposed to get hurt, at least. I really don't know what went wrong.
You gave the opportunity for a kill. But did you see anything suspicious?
I really didn't. I wasn't paying attention to anything but the prize. The prize being... I just love demon sharks.
I hate to break it to you, but there's no such thing as demon sharks.
Don't tell Goose. You'd break their heart.
Oh.
I thought we could paw through Belle's notes and fill up on some fun stories. Come back if you change your mind. Bye for now, cutie.
Alright, so I believe we can now get them to admit. Surely, I'm gonna shave real quick. Yep, we've been in here like 50 times. Alright. Lupin says you can tell us the truth.
Okay, if he says it's okay. Oop and I are partners. We work together to steal imps that belong to other people and give them back to their owners.
Oh.
I did steal this.
Goose reached
reached-
under their hat and held out the sharp-pointed object.
Seem like you're smart enough to know that this isn't a demon shark tooth.
don't tell Goose.
Don't tell Goose, it'll break his heart. Yeah, this isn't.
Yeah, but we didn't know what it actually was.
It's someone's imp, and they deserve it back. Maybe it's better if I take it and seal it up. No way.
Goose pulled it away and put it back under their hat.
You don't have the right to deprive someone of part of themselves. Maybe they got rid of it for a reason. No matter the reason, living with only part of yourself will always feel empty.
Stares
You know,
at
the whole motions.
True. Okay, well, we got that.
It's still crowded in here. Same.
Go.
Yeah. After everything we saw and heard, pretty sure I know who killed Canterbury and Belle. It's obvious.
Viridian nodded. Me too.
You want to check your notes before making an accusation? That would be a good time to do that.
Oh, it would very much be a good time to do
Surely
that.
surely this isn't the ending, right? I feel like there's got to be something else, and there's got to be like another round of clues.
I'm not
There's
checking
no
them
way.
now. And I assure you, I don't need to do it at all. We do.
I just don't feel like, this is everything. But I could be wrong.
You could be wrong. You could be. So, stealing.
But yeah, let's go one by one and say our vibes.
She's not. She no like husband.
Yeah,
They
no.
were together. She does not want to admit that.
She's already seemed to have been implied to have perhaps orchestrated the murder of someone in the past.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it feels like she's a bit more careful with that. And,
Also, what she was saying with like the stuff that she would get from this, it does feel like the mortar actually gypped her more than it would have helped.
Yeah, like.
However,
I'm not sure why she would want to do it. Does she have a motive? Like, does she have a motive?
I don't feel like, because they were saying the only motive they could think of was, oh, the book with the ship in it will give it a bad name. But like she said, that's not
Stupid.
actually bad because she could get tours for the thing. You know, it being mentioned in a really famous book helps her. I don't think
And that'd
she
be like a
has
really
any.
stupid reason to kill someone.
I
Right.
think what I think her part in this is she unlocked the place, the door with the manuscript in it. I think she unlocked it to get into there. I think that's how some of the other people, when she was like looking around and stuff, and I think that's how some other people could have gotten into there, because the only one who had a key was Belle herself. We don't
True.
know any other key besides the one she has.
Unless Goose and Lupin were also using her. Who knows?
That's
But it seems like she just met Goose, so
it does.
maybe that's why Goose, like, played along. Maybe that's why they charmed her, is so that they could somehow, like,
Get her
use her to
help.
get in the server. But why would they want the manuscript though? That's not what they were going for, from what we've heard. So that also doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm
think
just not
they-
sure why she would be unlocking the manuscript.
I think the only reason she would go in there and snoop around is just pure curiosity. Because she has shown that throughout this entire thing. She has said, when have you ever been able to go and snoop around someone's house? I think it was purely just that. I don't think she really had much.
I think she just likes getting advantage on people, but like,
Yeah, I mean,
again, there isn't a motive for murder. She's just a sneaky little
Yeah.
shit.
yeah, I don't think she has any motive for murder either.
All right.
Okay. As she said, she is a fan who crossed many boundaries.
Like the thing we have to do here is like, oh, is her like, like being mischievous and like that? Is it a double red herring?
Yeah.
Where, is it supposed to seem like a red herring to the point where it's not actually a red herring?
Yeah, she is very on the fence to me because it's like she feels like a painful red herring in everything she does. She's constantly suspicious. She's really big fan of the walk. She went in to get the stuff, and she said she saw a imp leave the room.
She's gonna make a killer Duchess Baker.
Yeah. But it feels, I can't tell.
I don't know why. Like, why would she care about burning the first draft of the play?
Especially since she grabbed the original, thinking, ooh, and reading it, and hid it away, even. I don't feel like she would burn it.
Yeah, and I feel like, I was thinking, maybe it being in black ink implies that Vance wrote the original. I'm actually getting suspicious of Vance, because the black ink thing is making me think, wait, maybe Vance wrote that.
Vance did say, oh, if anything, I'll have to switch back to the original.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, it wasn't pointed out that the fact was written in black. It was Vance. That seems to be something that's a bit more subtly there.
Yeah,
as if that's something we're
times
supposed to catch on
it's
to.
brought up is when she's making her notes, it's in black ink, and on the desk they're scribbled in blue.
So I think Meyer's goal in here was to lead us towards the manuscript, but I don't think they actually had a chip in this.
Yeah. Steely.
And then Lupin and Goose, I believe them because
honestly, with how they are, it's like, and they did actually steal it and showed us.
They actually stole it.
They did genuinely steal it and then show us and oh yeah, we stole it.
It would be weird if
They just added
Why
water
would
onto
why would
that?
they why would they like commit to the murder to hide up? Especially since by the point that before they enacted their plan, they knew that the house was sealed because they were told.
Yeah.
So why would they go
everyone
through
was
with everything
told.
if they knew that the place was sealed? Like, they still went with the thievery, but I don't
Sounds
think that they would have,
insane.
like, you know, if they had a murder
Yeah.
part of the plan, that they would commit to it after knowing they would be stuck.
That would be a little funny though, but yeah, no, I don't. Could you imagine that?
But
Oh
maybe
yeah, we
we're just
stole it, but
going with
let's add water
vibes.
onto
Maybe
it.
we shouldn't trust them. Maybe,
Yeah, we shouldn't. We shouldn't.
maybe it's a quadruple red herring.
Quadruple, yeah, that's true. Um,
Well, I already noted that Vance
Yeah,
had,
we
like,
all-
that one. Yeah.
with the whole. And I would like to bring up again the fact that she doesn't like that she's stuck in writing her one thing. So this could give her opportunity to branch out.
And also, if we want to go meta narrative, her portrait is always, like, you know, faced completely away from everyone, as if she's, like, you know, hiding, you know, don't look into her eyes and
Yeah,
everything.
that's true.
That could just be a bit meta contextual, like, you know, suspicion.
We are
But
now
here's
body
the
language
thing.
experts.
Everything that seems suspicious to me about Vance is not, like, spelled out. A lot of the
Yeah.
suspicious acts that people have done throughout the game have been spelled out. The things that I'm suspicious about her haven't been.
Yeah, a lot of it is just us going, oh, we connected that with it, but it's never brought up in actual, like, straight to your face. He's a dick.
He's an asshole. But
I'm glad we both went for that right away. Like, the only thing he had is like, I was with my wife who hates me. Wait, I could say I wasn't with her, and then she'll get charged, and he does have motive.
I just don't see why he would do it. He's just an asshole.
He does have motive. I don't know if it's a red herring motive or not, because it was very in the face. Because if she didn't get her books and stuff like that, she wouldn't be able to branch out as much. And as Scene was saying, oh, if I said we weren't together, then she would fall. Which I do believe him when he said it's together, because then he said that. But he does have
worth killing
a
over.
motive. Yeah, I think he would. But I don't think he got to it. I don't think he's that smart to actually go through, use the kitchen dining thing to move the thing to the furnace. He was the one who noticed that Myers went into the room.
I think he just, like, trying to, like, boss people around, but I don't think he has the guts to, like, actually orchestrate shit.
I don't think he has the guts. I don't think he thinks that far ahead. Like, with
that's
blatantly saying out that he would say he wasn't with us to get her to
You have judged him as a wet noodle.
He is a wet noodle. Yeah, I don't think...
Then
I think...
we got...
We don't have
and then we also... I guess we skipped over Goose, which... Well, we already talked about.
Oh, yeah,
them.
we just said Steely.
They and Lupin are sort of, like, basically equal grounds.
Yeah. So honestly, with all of our talk, like...
If we had to point at someone, then, you know...
Yeah. I wonder if we could... I wonder if we could just
get him arrested. We can make a save before we make the accusation. Okay. Just see what happens.
Well, let me make sure I make a save.
You know, just go after him because
just to go after him, just to do it. I don't even think it's right. The culprit is.
Yeah, okay, and then we're gonna get the true end. We're definitely correct.
Should we just accuse him? I still feel so, but should we just accuse him?
I feel like because of how much time we have left for this recording session, we should probably just go with, like, the regular answer, and then maybe...
Yeah, well, maybe we'll do some...
If we have time, you know. But we said we were going true ending first, and...
Yeah, this
Look,
is
whatever happens, we're just gonna call it the truth.
honestly,
whatever.
yeah, at this point. Oh, wait. Vance?
Yeah. Mm. I was shaking my fist as if it was gonna tell us if we're right or wrong immediately.
It
That's
just
not how
stared
this
at
works.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. Harold put a finger to his lips, then whispered.
Shh, wait a moment.
He leaned in and quietly continued.
I'm certain we're on the same page. But let us proceed with caution. Cannot tell where exactly the rented imps may be. Cannot allow them to suspect. Oh yeah, and of course, like the
Oh,
burning
yeah.
thing with the oven scene
The
on
oven.
the nose, but it wasn't spelled out like
Yeah, it wasn't.
afterwards again.
Yes, the oven.
There's a lot of things that, like, you know, there's a
was
lot of
shown to
hints
you
that
once.
haven't been spelled out explicitly for us later. So,
He mouthed the word. That's... Holly nodded. And then stated loudly. Since all of you said it wasn't you, it must have been a suicide. No mortals in either case. Mystery solved as far as I'm concerned. He tilted his glasses down, so that Harold could see his eyes. I gave a big wink. Harold did his best to act annoyed at this, instead of incredibly charmed. He just stated it all as suicide. They headed towards the kitchen, but instead, you could hear movement towards the music room. When two men arrived at the music room, they found Vance there, as well as Lupin and Goose. Hold it right now. Oh wait, that's you.
Oh, okay.
I keep just stealing your stuff. Lupin gave him a cheeky grin.
We are nosy tonight, aren't we?
Faraday clenched his hands into fists.
I've done
Just-
like 40 different laughs.
And they're all getting clipped.
Uh-oh.
Despicable. You were in cahoots with her the whole time?
I guess there's no point in hiding it after all.
Goose withdrew the demon shock tooth from underneath their hat and handed it off to Vance. Huh.
Ooh, the great thief has successfully finished another heist.
You said you were a thief. Not a mortal!
Murderer?
Lupin's eyes flitted from Faraday to Vance to the tooth in her hands.
I see. Goose, we messed up big time. If I hadn't been so worried about your health, I would have noticed sooner.
What's all this racket? Deleuze entered, quickly followed by Noak and Miles.
Oh, looks like things are really heating up here.
Yeah, well, there's about to be a double mortar. Goose motioned towards Vance.
She's...
Faraday lost his patience. Yes! Of course she's the killer! Maya shook her head.
That's a very not tactful way of going about it, but alright.
Yeah, we just...
That can't be true.
I'm
I'm the Miss Fancy and Miss Bell have been friends ever since Miss Bell wrote her first Constance Little Bear mystery.
Harold withdrew a sheath of papers.
My apologies, madam. But not a single thing you just said is correct. It's impressive how little truth there was in your statement.
You absolute
Because-
fool!
Because Vance was not Belle's friend. And Bernadette Bell did not write the first Constance Little Bear mystery.
What? When Belle gave Miss Miles her autograph, she signed it in blue ink. The same blue ink that she claimed to have used to write all of her stories.
Well, this first draft is written in black ink. Hey, we're on the right track.
Wow.
Here. With spidery handwriting that differs significantly from the rest of Belle's notes. The spidery handwriting is not, however, only to be found on the first draft. It can also be found...
Faraday snatched the small notebook out of Vance's hand and held it open to show to the assembled onlookers. In Vance's personal notebook. Not a word of it's true. This is just a distraction. He's throwing accusations around in order to confuse you all. None of you can trust such a vile man nor his associate. Hey, I could have sworn I heard you mention that you were the one who recommended Ludicule to Belle. Oh wait, she did? I mean, Ludicule's not a guy I would invite to a party either. But if I was looking for someone shady to take the blame, plenty of people assume he did it.
Oh, and you know what? You know? They're saying that with the knowledge that we're like a sham seance.
Yeah.
And so it's like, oh, well, Vance probably knows you're a sham and was hoping that this would just distract from everything. And that you'd be too incompetent
or
to like...
the thing itself was blamed on Odette, like something. Wait, I think she brought it up. Did she bring up the...
She invited me, too. She said that Belle had stolen her imp.
Oh.
And she needed our help at getting it back.
Oh my goodness,
So-
wait.
So just setting up all the red herrings purposefully.
Wow.
She was supposed to give Belle her calling card. So that Belle would know we were stopping by.
That's the note she was...
Oh. I think we might be on the right track.
I think so. And then it becomes a red herring at the end and we're just like, oh.
Why did she even need our help? Miss Vance, you could have strolled in and asked for your imp back at any time. But... it was a frame-up. Oh! Oh! You must have figured. If...
The ludicrous eel.
Ludicule didn't take the fall, there'd be 2 more outlaws as backups. Me? I'm never someone's backup. I never play less than center stage. Matters that she had plenty of patsies shielding her from suspicion. So cruel.
This is mere conjecture, nothing more. How on earth could I have killed Belle? Are you so carelessly established? She gestured to the hole in her neck. I have no
Oh
imp.
wait, shit.
Oh, wait. I have no imp of my own.
Not true.
You vile thing! I'm not lying. I haven't published a book in years. I was forced to sell my imp. You didn't have your imp. You had several interims. As you all know, Vance made our dinner tonight, using one of the cooking imps that makes the flame hot enough to char a person alive.
One that is, I might add, more than big enough to hold a human body, and soundproof enough to smother a tea kettle's screech.
We forgot about the tea kettle thing.
Yeah,
That
that's
didn't
good.
even fall into our thing. Yeah.
Let alone the last cries of poor Belle.
And she has control over them both in the past as well. Because she said Belle would want those imps from the same people often. She used the cooking imp to kill Belle in her office. Then, assuming that the imp couldn't move with poor Belle inside, Vance put Belle's body onto the same cot that she used to serve dinner. The one with the ivy claw. She carted Belle's body to the basement, dumped her in the furnace, threw the incriminating cloth in after her, and then screamed, alerting the rest of us. You did it! Admit it! I'm stunned that a man like you was competent enough to put this all together, but solving this only means you've doomed everyone here. Oh, right, we all locked in until
Woo!
morning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Somebody's-
we probably should have thought of that before we sealed everyone in.
Just jumper. Just tackled, hog tie.
So fine. What does it matter? I wrote the first constant Little Bear mystery. It feels so good to say it. I published it under a pseudonym, knowing that the pleasure will never accept it from me. Me, a respectable writer of beloved fairy tales. Writing tales of blood was solely my reputation. The story did modestly. Many readers enjoyed it, including Baronet Bell. The little upstart. She was a little nothing writer who loved my story and confided her esteem, not knowing that I was the writer. I told her my secret, and she was so excited she asked to assist me in continuing the series. I even allowed her a small percentage of the earnings, but we published more and more, sometimes trading off submissions. It became apparent that the public preferred her stories. So I let her write more and more, but she got the gale to suggest that she deserved more of the profits. She even confided in her nosy little friend, Gareth Canterbury. Canterbury said it was wrong for Belle to write so much for me and get all the profits of it. So the series wouldn't exist without me. I, the creator of the series, was falling deeper into obscurity. A certain standard of living is expected of an authoress of my esteem. I had to sell my imp, my creative drive, to keep up appearances. I haven't been motivated to write a single page since. She thumbed the hole in her neck. It was smaller than Goose, and thus easy to mistake for an earring, which I did. Did you notice that?
I was thinking, it's like when mentioned hole in the neck, I looked over and I'm like, wait, is that not an earring, or
Yeah, like I
is
thought
just
that
like
was
a
an
really
earring
awkward
too.
like? Wait, but you can see like the
You
bit of
can.
background past it. It
But
was
when you
there
see
the
the
whole
first
time.
two, yeah, when you see the first two, you don't think, oh, the third one's the loop. That was so good.
But you've been able to see through the fucking image the whole
The
time.
entire time,
Wow.
not realizing that the little earring, quote unquote, was changing colors with the background.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, that was good though. I had all but given up on ever seeing my creativity or my glory days ever again. But wouldn't you know? Unwittingly, Belle bought my imp. And now, there was going to be a stage adaptation of the first story, my story. But the director and Belle insisted on having Belle rewrite it. That was really the final straw. So I dealt with Canterbury. And she knew our secret, and then I dealt with Belle. And now, I don't need a single thing in this house to survive. The fire has really done me quite a few favors lately. Why not one more? Uh-oh.
You know what? Do you think Vance is the right option here?
We might have
You
killed
think
us. Technically, we did
Well,
what
I
we
wasn't
said.
saying that. I was just like, do you think she did it?
I've just said, technically, we solved the case. We just might die from it.
Yeah, but we solved the case.
But we solved the case.
That's what really matters.
That's the only thing that matters. Not our deaths, not that no one else will know about it. We solved it. The oven imp stood in the doorframe. Flame and iron barring the only exit. Yeah, we were kind of dumb coming into here, huh? Then again, we're trapped in here until sunrise anyways. This rental imp just became unstable. It lost control and burned the whole mansion down. But tragically, none of you made it out. Shame we didn't catch that it was unstable when it killed Canterbury. What a shame, too, that I would have to rewrite that script myself, now that Belle's gone. But it will tie the whole narrative up neatly. An unhinged imp, an unfortunate fire, but no one to blame. And the public loves a neat and tidy story. The guests were at a loss for words. Kinda didn't expect to see this coming. Luthen whistled in admiration.
Lady, that is a wild story, sure. Is the stream frozen?
Oh, is it?
It
acting
was.
frozen? Oh.
But you're forgetting one thing. We're not just going to stand around and let you kill us. No. Goosey, get here.
Get him! Get him!
Get in here.
Goose drew a gun from the side and held it leveled at
Yes!
Oh my goodness! You seem to be forgetting about the second imp, which is just as dangerous. Oh no, the knife!
The knife.
The razor-thin knife imp sliced deeply through Goose's hand, and they recoiled, dropping the gun and clutching the wound. Well, it's always the knife, isn't it? Yeah. Vance
Yeah.
laughed and held her own imp aloft. So that was her imp, though. First, I shall reclaim my creative drive. Then I will claim your lives. And then I will claim my career.
Something about her creative drive being a venomous tooth,
Tooth,
huh?
yeah.
You know?
Harold felt his stomach lurch. It wasn't the measly self-suspicion of social discomfort this time, but a sudden terror for the safety of every person he locked inside the house.
Wait. When we entered the house, Belle mentioned that she hadn't been feeling well. And when Goose stole the imp, Belle was full of energy. While Goose was suddenly stricken ill. That imp is dangerously full of spite and envy. It's literally dripping with venom. What can I say? You know?
I mean, I guess it would make sense though too if it was just building up over the years. It might not even have come with venom and it just started leaking it after a while.
Mm.
Because she's clearly
That
been
must
feeding
have been
it.
what made Belle and Goose sick. If you return it to yourself right now, you might
Uh-oh.
not be able to withstand.
She's not gonna listen to you. Vance laughed. Don't be absurd. I have it back where it belongs. And not you nor anyone else will be able to take it from me. Once I have my creative drive back, I will be returned to the heights of my writing ability. How could I, the greatest author of the modern era, be envious of anyone else? And with that, Vance lined up the thin spike against the hole under her ear. That's something you wanna...
Yeah.
And drove it straight into her neck. With it reunited to her, she seems to lose her balance and crumple to her knees. I forgot how this used to feel.
Tried to warn you. Imps are complicated. And yours is filled with so much envy. You could poison anyone.
But this should be all I needed. To have the same creative drive Belle had. Vance moaned, trying to focus enough to direct rental imps in her defense. There. Defend me! She probably has no idea this thing was even yours. The cabinet was mostly just fake junk. And she probably would have gotten rid of it if she knew it was what was making her so sick lately. Does he have a redemption arc in the name?
No, he
Yeah.
has not earned the
That's you.
redemption.
He has not. Oh, D, help me tie her up. What? You just assume I have ropes on me? I mean, I do. That's a rude thing to assume. An hour later, as the sun began to rise over Belle's mansion, Lupin and Goose were forced to make a swift exit out of one of the windows, without so much as a farewell. The other guests left more conventionally, through the front door. If you call heading home after harassment for answers by belligerent police conventionals normal, the police caught Vance and agreed to bring her in, pending a more thorough check of all the facts. As she was led past Harold and Faraday, she chuckled. You'd think this was a loss for me. But even if they take me in for a while, I'll still come out on top. Without Belle's notes, who do you think they'll be turning to write that script? Who are they going to consult about the direction of the series? Who will write the next story? Soon everyone will know that I wrote the first story. Full creative control. It's my series now. The pair watched her go, her gleeful laugh fading away as she was taken out the door. That sounds about right for the level of justice in the city. Disgusting. The chain does publish the next story. Sure as hell I'm not gonna read it. While Harold gathered up his things and Faraday slumped over on the couch. Hey, next time you're going to a party, remind me that I hate them.
How about I remind you of this? Nobody invited you in the first place.
Faraday rolled over. Do you at least still have a solicitor? A solicitor? I can't talk. Some kind of law. There's gotta be something else we can do so that Vance doesn't get away.
Oh, sure. I'll just hire a lawyer to help Belle's memory. With all the money she didn't pay us with for this evening.
Darn! Faraday pressed his face into the cushions. We could pull a Lupin and help ourselves to the payment. Harold sighed.
We could probably get away with it. But it just wouldn't even feel right.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, whoa. I have to get my script back from where I hid it. That's a new one.
Yeah!
Yeah, let's try that
Yeah.
one. Ah,
Harold dropped his
Harold-
bag and clutched his arm.
My
Going
name.
straight into narrowed. Hanging off of his sleeve. Oh my goodness. Wait.
Is
The thing
the
you're
imp
saying
gonna-
is because the
'cause-
imp's
wait.
poking him.
Wait, and also, there's something to note. Imps are like parts of people, right?
Yeah.
You know, so that means a part of Belle is still here.
That is true!
So it was probably this thing that sort of like encouraged why it said my script, you know?
Yeah. Was Benedict Belle's imp. Oh my goodness. Thought it ran away.
You little rascal. When I've just finished reading that script.
Wait, reading?
Oh, finding that. I'm gonna seal you away.
Wait. What? Harold opened up his bag and dangled the little thing above it.
Nothing, it's simply Belle's imp again. Oop, sorry. It got me with one of those accursed jabs.
No, before that. You said Belle's script.
Yes, trying to get me to... Ow. Jeez.
Harold stopped and the imp topped up onto his arm. Gave a questioning look.
Oh. I think I understand.
Belle's imp was made from a desire to continue writing. To continue walking. Belle was obsessed with finishing her script when she died.
And without Belle around, seems to need to compel someone else to complete the job.
The imp hopped a little, seeming to reach for his hand. Harold lifted a finger, and without a second thought, he pressed his fingertip down against one of the shop's spines. Boop. Which one? I mean,
I need to get this script from where I hid it in the office.
but actually that does make a fair point. She might not even open where the actual manuscripts were.
Yeah, because it was double.
Yeah. Harold was halfway out the door before Faraday could hop onto his feet and follow. Because with that, the ones that they got were Vance's original.
Yeah, because I was, yeah.
But that also probably means that whole original stuff wasn't in there. The imp led them upstairs to Belle's office.
I mean, again, why else would she have a ladder, and why would she be on the ladder if not to actually go to her real secret hiding place?
Yeah. Moving his sore hand along the side of the desk, Harry felt around and found a secret compartment. It slid open with little resistance. They pulled out a large document, all handwritten in blue ink.
Damn, it's not indigo.
Ah, this isn't the white one. Throw it out the window. Faraday gripped Harold's shoulder. She must have suspected something.
Does it look like it's usable?
Faraday flipped through carefully. He was quiet for a time, taking it in.
Ollie?
This rewrite fixes all of Vance's mistakes in the first story. I'm sure people are going to like it. Vance is probably going to scream her head off when she finds out. Serves her right.
Can't believe something good finally happened tonight. We can give this to Myers and the director and everything will...
Shh! I'm reading. 3 months later. In Hall's stray imp-infested home, Harold and Faraday were dressed in the best yet again, which is the same. Faraday looked over at the 2 tickets in his hand. All that stress and hard work. And she didn't even bother to send us free tickets.
At least we managed to get enough money together for them.
You think you can handle this? It's the premiere, so there are going to be a lot of notable people there.
For one night. I promise to ignore them all.
And if there's another mortal... Faraday wasn't sure that Harold could keep to that promise. But he appreciated the effort, in the least. You know, I heard an imp lost control in the theater last month. If we just had luck to run into that one on a night out.
I'm going back to bed.
Cole turned around and plodded away. Like hell you are. Get back here.
I'm letting my legs go limp.
I'll drag you if I have to. You lousy bastard. I own this damn date. Oh, wow.
Yeah! Yeah! Woo! Yeah!
See, we were right. We were professionals. And in the end, we
Yeah.
got the true ending.
Yeah! But before we get the wrong ending with, Novak. It's just,
Yeah, specifically him.
I assume we're gonna do that. Unless I want to maybe discuss it feels like the implication of how imps work might be like the deeper story. But I don't know if you want to discuss that now or after we goofily go after Novak.
I'll save this just because we have the true ending, and let's go goofily go after him, and then we can sit down for 5 hours. Okay, where was...
2 hours, so hopefully it's not gonna take 2 hours.
Oh,
but,
it'll take the 20 bajillion hours. I think it was. No, that wasn't a thing. Yes.
Infinite content.
Oh, wait. Culprit is you.
It's definitely.
Definitely, we didn't just get the true ending. Ignore that. Faraday and Hall managed to get everyone together in the parlor.
Murder is none other than Lieutenant Novak.
What a shame that he has no alibi for the time of the murder. Dee, you were with me the whole time. That's not how I remember it. It's a shame, Willie. He was a reliable type of guy. The type of guy to sign divorce papers. Oh! Maybe I could vouch for his character. But as it stands, I just can't say. This isn't funny.
I mean, it is kind of funny. Pretty objectively.
D. You will cease this nonsense right now. Well, I'll do whatever you want. I'm so sorry. Oh man, get out of here with that. Who would be scared of a big temper tantrum baby like you? I mean, looks at us. Noak tried to argue, but Deleuze continued to mock him. Soon, nobody was all that scared of him. Deleuze even tried a significant length of rope to keep him restrained until morning. When the sun rose and the seal on the mattress broke, the police was summoned. They arrived promptly, and as he was led away, Novak put on a stern face. Dr. Howard Ludacille was never paid for the evening's proceedings, and Holly Faraday was never quite convinced that they had chosen the right culprit. But he wasn't overly motivated to clear his name, you know? I mean, it is Noak. It's like, I don't know, we don't really want. Oh, it's bad.
And that's just it. That just.
I'm
It
just
just
saying,
deflates,
it's just so
sadly.
Oh man, I hate that we didn't get the. Oh, that's such a shame.
Damn.
Damn.
Maybe something changed with the main menu.
Oh yeah. Kind of. Oh, you
No!
can choose.
We
No.
don't want to
No,
choose
we did
a
it.
different
We did it
comp.
correct. Oh wait, well, why the credits roll?
Oh, these aren't even the true ending credits.
Oh, do you want to go get the?
These are the
wait,
bad ending credits.
I wonder if there was something different for
Film
I
cam.
did save for it. So you want to talk about imps?
Oh yeah. You know, unless there was something you wanted to say first.
No, I actually really like the imps, and I would like to talk about it.
Yeah, it feels like that, you know, beyond the whole, like, you know, murder mystery angle, it feels like there was a more deeper story. We already took care of that.
Oh, the stuff afterwards?
Okay, maybe we should go to
Oh.
the true ending and see the credits
Okay,
then.
yeah, wait, no, I don't want to see this stuff. Let's load up.
Yeah.
No, this is just the same thing. Wait.
Wait.
Do I have a save? No, I don't have a save.
No, what if we click through? Maybe something's up.
Dreadful. Feelings tonight. Summon a ghost. How ghoulish.
There's not even like an auto button or anything right now, right?
It doesn't look like it.
Let's just keep going. Oh, now there is, but
Let's see if the auto.
does the auto button
Does
auto?
not auto.
That means we haven't seen this text before, probably.
Unless
So if we have-
might have just been it
Oh.
might be a little bit bugged. Because this all seems like the same thing.
Just yeah, it does.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the main menu. Okay, imps.
Wait, I'm just gonna quickly look this up to see if that was supposed to. This video ends at the credits.
Okay, so it probably was just a little goofy. A goofy thing.
All right,
that happened.
imps.
So besides the murder mystery, the second story.
It feels like there was a sub story that was examining the concept of imps and the underlying meanings of what it could mean for each of the characters.
Oh yeah. Especially with how it relates to each other.
Yeah. I want to know if you have any comments on it first.
So, what I really liked is the fact that these two obviously suppress it, and after the whole, you know, this research and everything, and then it became a trend, everyone is more showing of their imps. But whenever you see the imps that are being shown, which we only really see one besides these two, it's elegant. It's regal. It goes, oh, I'm so embarrassed, and fixes its mask. Quite literally. So it's like, it's not even, the imps becoming a fashion trend isn't even the imps being itself. It's like forming for that fashion trend to try and be like the trauma, but you know, trendy trauma kind of thing. Like,
It's like there's issues there.
There's issues there, but they're not going to say it. They're just like, oh, it's just a quirk they have, you know, acting out on stage and breaking a bit on stage. Oh, no, that's just a quirk the imp has. It's just silly that it does that. I don't have anything to do with that.
Yeah, not taking responsibility or
Or
another part that
self-reflecting.
got me was that in the notebooks, didn't it say that one of the best ways to, like, you know, try and repress them was to keep them inside before they become demons, or like, which means
Let's see.
that, yeah, let's see,
Demons walking in the woods, tiny demons running around.
negative emotions. So just like they're bad traits.
Yeah, they are feeding on from negative emotion.
Concealing
they
alchemy to
can't feed
confine
on.
demons, objects, locations. And then the second page, I think, touches on it. We must take responsibility. Have the option to seal their own demons deep within themselves. Max, inner demons.
Inner demons.
I think
Quite
this
literally.
is taking a more literal approach to the idea of inner demons,
Oh yeah.
and that perhaps imps are the little negative traits and red flags that pop up, and if they fester, or if you know, don't deal with them,
They get
they
more
get
powerful.
worse, and they
Yeah.
they become inner demons or outer demons if you're very outward with it.
Oh yeah. Like he who shall not be named or
And I think, like, you know, there is something with Maggie, because Maggie was definitely a character that existed there for a moment.
Maggie is someone who was sealed. Cause like they say, they always successfully done those two. These two. The eyes, and then Maggie, who quite literally like shoved down in there and
Yeah,
blows back up. Which I think is
the
kind of like a
huge inner
metaphor
demon.
when like, because a lot of the times when you don't talk a lot, you kind of like throw up all of your feelings.
Yeah,
You know, when you
and
like really dump about stuff.
they were really throwing out their feelings towards Holly.
Oh, very
Like, they were
much.
just going out, and they were very, very self-loathing. They repeatedly referred to themselves as being the most disgusting, horrid thing physically
They were
possible.
basically,
And they were,
I'm going to spell out exactly everything what's wrong.
it was basically a magnification of all these feelings that Harold was going through, that Harold is, like,
Doesn't want to talk
anxiously
about.
repressing. I also, like, you know, wonder about the because there's also the gender part of it, because it was announced, you know, that Harold was transgender, but the demon was female.
Yep.
So is
That's
that, like, what's the exact implication there?
it. I think it could be because he was saying how, oh, you know, alchemy, that's the transitioning into, you know.
Yeah.
But it could be taken either way.
Because there's a bad reading for that, implying it's a negative thing being repressed, but I don't want to believe that's
don't think
the
it
creator's
is.
intention.
I don't think
That's why
it's a repressed for that.
So I'm trying to think, like, what is it then? I feel like there's a subtlety I'm missing to the concept.
It could very well be a how you see yourself versus how others see yourself thing too.
Maybe okay, so you're saying it might be more of like the anxious, like how
I'm
you
not
yeah,
actually
like
passive.
sort of like the self-loathing. Like I believe, people see me as this. I believe
Yeah.
people see me as terrible, and they don't believe, they don't
Yeah.
believe the justification of my identity and all that.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably more what it was going for. To me,
That's
at
fair.
least.
And then with like Deluce, like, having the key that can unlock everything, she was constantly snooping around and getting at people,
But she was
just
also, it seemed like from her father, I feel like she was in a sense locked away and she hated being caged. And she tried, obviously during the dinner thing when we were talking, she tried to get out of that by marrying a simple man who hopefully her, name could help him go along to greatness. And then that turned out to be another cage she jumped into kind of thing.
yeah.
That she can't get out of with the divorce because he won't sign it.
Wait, and the key was saying, "Let me out, let me out,
Yep.
let me out," right?
Yep.
So yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I think she's just someone who jumps from one cage to another. So she quite literally tries to go out of her way to get into everything just because, she's curious, but also it's like she doesn't have that much freedom, in a sense.
That's a way better analysis of that one, yeah.
Oh. So who else do we have? Let's see here.
Well, we already. Oh yeah, we could just go through.
Yeah, let's just. Oh, I went to the top. Oh, we already talked
Oh, and then
about.
so we have Holly. We didn't discuss Holly's.
We
that
did
much.
not discuss Holly's, and his demons are in ice, which is why he wears glasses to suppress it. As we see when we took them off, I noticed all these things, but then I noticed everything else, which is not really noticing what's actually there, but it was like the crushing, thoughts you have about yourself.
There was all those crushing thoughts, but they really try and like seem like cool and collected. I have a funny comparison. This reminds me of the song "Do Ya Thing" by Gorillaz, because part of it, by the end, like the full extended version, just becomes Andre 3000 like yelling manically into a mic for like 8 minutes. But at the end, he comes down from the manic state and like mentions that he's gonna keep wearing the shades for the rest of his life because you can tell the truth through his eyes. And that
Yeah.
and he keeps like after coming down, he keeps mentioning that like he's gonna keep wearing these shades for the rest of his life, So I think the idea there is that it's the same idea of seeing someone's eyes and telling their truth. So if you wear, if you wear sunglasses to block it out, no one can actually like see the truth that you're harboring.
Yeah.
And so when they took off their glasses, their eyes were out and exposed. Everyone could see through the facade. Even though no one was there, it was like that feeling
it did not matter if someone was there
that people would be able to see through that facade. That everything's out there, and you have to keep wearing the shades so no one can actually tell that those feelings are actually there. Which I just compared to an Andre 3000 lyric, but Gay?
Okay.
Hey, Luigi?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, yeah. I do like the fact that it was in his eyes. So then you constantly have to, with it, like, the physical thing of having to actually do that.
It's just there's a clear like visual indicator that like
Oh
He's
yeah.
continuing to bottle it back up.
There was a lot of really cool visual indicators, like with the hole thinking it's annealing.
And also, this seems to imply that maybe they're not right, because they said the best thing to do is just
Would be
hide,
to
like,
suppress
keep
it.
the demons inside.
Oh yeah,
And,
it's
but
definitely one of those. Oh, what should I do? Feed into it or push it down? It's like, well, how about the third
But-
option of you dealing with yourself? It's like,
yeah,
oh,
it seems like them, because especially after, like, by the end of the Maggie thing, and when Harold turned back into Harold, it's like, do you want to talk about it? And it's like, no, we are never going to talk about this again. We're moving on. Don't believe any
Yeah.
of it. And they never brought it up again. And as we could see through like the last ending with like how they interacted with each other, they still have those issues.
oh yeah, definitely.
Despite saying true ending, we clearly, especially with Harold, got told like, I'm not gonna resolve this, and they're not better off for it.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Which,
It is one of those really great. They're just constantly down, and it's not gonna get better.
so yeah, I don't necessarily think that their whole keep the demons inside method is necessarily healthy for them.
No, no. I think it was just a solution they came to try and quote unquote help, not really looking at the evidence afterwards and going, oh wow, this certainly did help. It's more like a, oh wow, it doesn't seem like it's bothering too many other people, so this is definitely the better way to do it than, any other
Yeah.
way.
Who's next?
Oh,
And we discussed you.
we discussed you. You're out. Belle.
Belle.
One of the things is I liked the sea urchin because the choices in the beginning, I don't know if you realized it, when we had the same ones at the end, how the one that was different caught our eye, is because that wasn't him answering in his voice, that was him getting pricked and talking through the urchin. That's why the answer for the question was so weird.
Yeah.
Which didn't
Yeah.
come up until at the end. So you would think, oh, that's just a throwaway thing. That's so weird. Or you might connect it to the two.
I do
but-
like how you had to notice like that felt really out of place. It's like, wait,
Yeah,
that doesn't
we
seem
stopped
right.
just like, this is really out of place.
So if we're laboring under the imps being like, negative traits that like everyone carries around and how they have to deal with it, she was wearing it. She was like wearing it out in front the whole time.
Yeah.
And also,
Workaholic.
yeah, I think it's workaholic.
It doesn't, it's not good when you start not doing everything else and just doing work. But it's one thing that people tend to look kindly upon, even though it's not actually healthy to just constantly walk.
The other two did say like, or at least one of them said that like, oh, it's good to have, these kind of things. Sometimes you need that little like, pinprick motivation.
Yeah, but it was also like a very thing of like constant pinpricks of motivation. But the thought of constantly being pricked to be motivated, it's kind of like a poker to you kind of thing.
I guess it's something you have to manage.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was conveyed if she, managed it or not. It's a bit up in the air.
It seems like it was her whole life. From what everyone's talked about to how everyone's saying how, like, how do I say the one word? Like, ferociously she walked on the thing, like on the play, on rewriting, on making us think. It feels like she didn't manage it that well, but it was a socially acceptable not managing it. If you get what I mean by that.
Yeah. And again, wearing it out in front is another thing because with how much she did talk about working it, I guess you could argue that she was both, textually and subtextually presenting that side of her to everyone.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything else that could really be said since she died.
Oh yeah.
Alright, let's see here. Goose.
This is an interesting case.
Mostly
this is
because they
implying
don't
that just
have.
completely like got rid of it, but
It's out.
felt empty. You know, it left a hole.
Yeah. Like, they're just... They're there, but... You don't get to know what motivated them. What was their... I wouldn't really say worst aspects, because... It does seem like while it's worse, it does seem like it's one of those things where it's probably if you walk with your imp, it can be a little healthy in a way of like acknowledging your bad traits, going through with them, but understanding they'll still be there. But they don't have it.
I'm wondering, like, does this have a parallel? Is there a way that you can necessarily give away a part of yourself and feel empty without, you know, without it being repression? Or is this an idea that without, like, you know, these negative parts, like, you have to deal with them because just finding a way to physically remove them is implied that it is removing a part of yourself and your lived experiences that led up to that in the first place.
How did they lose it? Didn't they say they rented it out and never saw it back?
Was that it? Is this like saying like giving too much of yourself to someone and like losing?
I think they did say that they rented that out and they never saw it again. Which I do feel like would make sense why they would be so down to steal the imp of someone else and give it back to them. And also not like when, you know, the main character's like, hey, we can seal that away. And it's like, no. It's not you to decide.
But with how I understand them, what would you be giving away?
It's a hard thing because we don't know their personality before. If we did, we would know, you know.
Because we've created this whole big theory thing for like, you know, the idea of imps and demons, but then this throws a spanner into the works because it's like, what is giving these away under the definitions we put in there?
Yeah, because they can rent out their imps. And the way imps come in might have really bad implications, especially with like that knife one. But I'm not sure if it is or if it's just imp, you know, doing a task. Because Hald's imp isn't an item. But then again, Hald's imp was gone through the... What is it? The one thing that he did to both of them that kind of like suppresses it. So maybe they come out different from everyone else, because everyone else is more item-like. But they are hard because we just don't know them before. So it's like, how do you see what's not there when you don't know what was?
It might just straightforwardly be like an idea of just giving out a part of yourself and losing something. Just very abstractly.
And just never being able to get that back.
It's like, you know...
Like a cautionary tale.
It's like, you know, you're one way, but for someone else, like, you know, you act or you do something very against your character and you just sort of lose who you were before, but you don't really feel fulfilled anymore. You've sort of given up, like... given up a moral or given up...
something, you know, of yourself.
A friendship. You've given up something for the sake of someone else. And... you didn't really get anything back to fill that hole.
You kind of just pay the price and that's
so you're
it.
you're just left missing like what you paid and you didn't get anything for it.
Honestly, yeah. That might be it.
And with this person being a hitman,
yeah.
They very well could have just like sold, you know,
quite literally the most.
just sold their innocence, honestly, you know. It's not necessarily a negative thing, but
It could be in some context, in a way of like other people being like, "Oh, you're too innocent. You're gonna get used," kind of thing. Which
maybe
technically wouldn't be fun.
maybe imps aren't inherently negative.
I
Because
don't-
it said imps are fed negative emotions and they can
Yeah.
turn into demons.
And
So
they
if
can
imps
become worse.
So if imps aren't inherently, like, evil or negative, I mean, then the negativity that feeds into them turns them into demons like Maggie.
Yeah.
But that's how you could have, like, the reading of of Belle's imp not necessarily being a huge issue, but rather they're, a symbol of their motivation,
Yeah.
which they didn't let overtake them, but it's still there motivating
It's still
them.
there. Yeah.
But it's so yeah. There's a maybe imps aren't necessarily just bad. So it could have been something like that.
I think it also
I don't
depends
know.
on like each person how they view the imp very clearly, because like with Miles with her imp, she was very much doing the whole song with them dancing, and I probably shouldn't go into other characters when we're not going into the match.
Yeah,
Let's
we could
put a
go into the
lid
next
on that. Where's
character.
the
I
next
wonder who
one?
the next character is. Oh,
We did talk about her though. We did talk about her with the whole one cage to the other very much constantly.
yeah, one cage to the other.
locked
Key,
in
let me out, let
something.
me out, let me
Yeah.
out.
I think we're good with her, right? You don't have any more? Or...
Let me out of this marriage.
Let me out! Okay, Maya, who I was talking about. With hers, with the dancing. Very much an actress, very clearly. But in the scene, the mask cracked. And then
Yeah.
it acted embarrassed and it healed itself.
It's like as
And-
soon as help was going to be offered,
It's like, oh
It-
no.
it was specified in the narration without hesitation or any acknowledgement of awkwardness or anything. She instantly said, "Oh, it's fine, watch this." As if it was something that she jumped right to, did not want to consider any avenue, and had trained herself enough to
Too constantly.
very calmly but focusedly move right on and don't let anything else happen.
Yeah. Keep the stage running.
So like, on with the show. But
Yeah.
the fact that there is a mask is like, that's on the
And
nose.
then it cracks, and then you just heal it right back up. And it's
on
very
the nose
clearly
that
heavily
perhaps
tied into an actress career.
Perhaps we never actually really saw the real Myers at any point in the story, then.
I don't think we did.
Because she just sort of acted the whole time through with this
I-
lens.
Do think she kind of did. Like, yeah, she went and she got the scripts and she really likes reading. That might be a part of her. She just likes reading, but it doesn't feel like if there was stuff about her sprinkled in there, it was behind the mask. It's like one of those things where you can tell a very convincing lie if you put some truth into it, just not the whole thing.
And there's times where it felt like she almost wanted to slip, but then just started laughing, like cackling.
Yeah.
And then that sort of reset things. So it feels like there's a character here that was never presented to us.
Yeah, she definitely, because there was a lot of times where she's just going to the, oh, evil cackling, let me get back into my actress stage kind of thing, when stuff seemed to go to a place that it was, like, not really wanted.
Yeah.
And you could just put it off as, oh, that's just a sun chick. But when you see the imp, it's like... Because even they were acting like, ooh, are you sure this was okay? To the imp, and they were the ones who saying it.
Yeah.
Which
Alright, next. Oh,
Big
unless
thing. No, it's a big thing. This one.
they didn't have an imp, did they?
They are Fae. They do not. I do not know if Fae has an imp. Fae is.
What does Fae mean in this story?
We know one always wanted to meet a Fae. We know one wrote books about Faes that weren't really truth. We know they eat stories.
Are okay, ignoring the eat stories part because I don't know what that implies just yet. But could it's hard to tell. Is Fae the go on?
I think he might just be an enigma. Quite literally made to be one.
Maybe Fae is the idea of someone that's just like characteristically like the ideal. I don't even want to say flawless, but maybe it's like if Fae is the idea of like a perfect person, you know,
That could be
where
it.
they don't have the negativities weighing them down. They're not harboring anything inside, you know. Person,
It's just
goes
there for a
around
good
and
time.
even the thievery was for a good cause, and they just really like stories, and they were very charming, and it didn't seem like that they were harboring anything, and they didn't
Yeah.
have an imp
Of course.
story-wise. And people going, "I've always wanted to meet a fae," almost sounds like I always wanted to find that. I want to find that perfect person.
That is true. It's like, oh, I always want to see someone who's like well put together or kind of thing.
So
But then that begs the question: does he not have an imp, or does he just hide it?
it's hard to tell because it didn't feel like there was an implication. And they also like had fire magic, which again deviates from others.
Yeah, it's
'Cause
completely foreign.
it's a weird it's a weird sort of fantastical. They have a very fantastical
and like on
presentation,
the good
almost
side of things.
fantastical to the point where we're not supposed to treat this person as a representation of a real person, but the fantasy of someone.
Yeah.
The idea that there's someone that like of all that.
Yeah, I'm a bit, cause obviously Faye wasn't the center of the story. It was the imps and the people, their relationships with each other, and the mortar was basically the whole thing, string it together so you would get all of this stuff. But I'm just kind of curious about how the Fae fits into this place now, because we get a lot about demons that you can chew on, and obviously the people, and he's the only Fae. And he just randomly came here, and he's basically just, ooh, I'm a thief. It's like, how does this fit in with it? I'll never know.
Yeah.
Or maybe I will. Maybe I'll find
the
something.
only yeah, the only thing I have is either the idea that this is like a fantastical representation of someone to like make a point that they don't fit in with what normal humanity actually is, which is dealing with the fucking imps.
Yeah.
Keep swearing. Perhaps it could also be someone that seems so well put together that you never actually find the flaw in them, and they feel fantastical to you.
Because
Maybe
it's
the whole
basically
them being a fae and all that works in the story, as in we never see the story tries to not present a crack in them at any point and makes them seem fantastical to make the point that maybe sometimes you just never learn anything about people. Because it seems like with this story, unless we're looking really deep into it, there is a lot that is not presented about these characters that you can pick up on.
Yeah.
And maybe the idea of this character is that you just never learn anything about them.
You just
Like,
never know.
you never learn anything real about them. They just
It's like the
are
arm's
so on
length
point.
away. Up on a pedestal kind of thing, where it's like you can't really touch them even though you're there.
they even Myers, showed a lot of weakness, but they were on point the whole time. So
Yeah.
maybe it's that. Maybe I just feel like it has something to do with fantastical
Fantasy
idealization,
overworldly. Yeah.
imper you know
Yeah.
impersoned in a person.
I don't think there's anything else.
That's what I got.
All right, Vance.
Oh, the tooth.
Yes, the tooth.
Why tooth?
Which, even in the thing, they don't do it because they don't realize it too. I just noticed that.
Hmm. Why tooth?
Why tooth? She had to sell something. I wonder if it's like, in a sense of like her bite. If that makes sense.
It was also a
Because
shark tooth. Go on.
that is true, and sharks do shed their teeth a lot.
Okay, shark, informal, a person who unscrupulously exploits or swindles other.
Oh,
Hmm.
we, yeah,
Like a card shark, or
yeah,
or
no,
when you
that
go into the Shark Tank.
that fits completely. And then
So maybe
obviously the venom is the envy and stuff that gathered from.
and it festers and it gets worse with time.
And even
You
makes
know.
her sick. Not Vance, but Belle. Because it made Belle
Yeah.
sick.
Abusive person and their venom getting in other people's heads over time.
Yeah.
And with Goose, it was on his head. But
Quite literally. Yeah.
But even then, sometimes abuse can be so subtle that you can't tell where it's coming from, and you just feel sick and.
Yeah, and it's just like, well, where was it? Where was it? And it was just from, quote unquote, a little knick-knack and a thing, but really it was from Vance herself. Just, in this one it came from where she sold part of herself.
But the thing is, she said that this is my creative drive, which,
It's
if we're
spite.
going with shark as in being exploitative, or trying to get an edge in something, does that mean her actual creative drive is was trying to exploit others for her own gain? Because apparently that first manuscript wasn't very great, and her stories have been
And
said to have
yeah, and
not
Belle
been
to
great
fix it.
the whole time.
Yeah,
So
her good stuff was her doing fairy tale stuff that she didn't want to do. While she wanted to write a murder mystery, but her stuff wasn't as good as Belle's, and it was just kind of okay. I do feel like it had spite in it too, in a sense of like, oh, I can do this. And then she found Belle and obviously started using Belle because they wouldn't accept it from me for this one. And then Belle actually was good, and obviously the envy comes with that of like,
yeah.
But what I find interesting is she said she had to sell a part of herself, but she was getting commissions on Belle's walk. So, did she really have to sell a part of herself to do something when she was getting more than Belle was? Because that was the thing when Belle talked to, I forgot her name. The one who died. Forced. Talked to
Canterbury?
her. Yeah, when she talked to Canterbury was like, hey, it's not really good that you're writing all this and she's getting most of the profit. But she was saying, her own writing and stuff, and it went down to a place where she had to sell a part of herself to keep up appearances. However, that just so happened to be bought by Belle. I don't feel like she actually sold it in a need of desperation. I think she sold it as a plan up to this point to maybe she really knew about, because she did say when she got the sprite and stuff back, he was trying to be empathetic and she was just not. She was like, oh, I missed this kind of thing. I think she knew her imp would be more venomous in some way, shape, or form. Because she took it fine getting it back. And from what was told, it seems like that would have really overtaken, but she was still calm and collected. She was still just like, oh, I'll have the last laugh and everything. She was still like that.
Yeah.
I didn't see any backlash of putting the imp back.
Did say she felt different.
Yeah. Well, I would say there would still be a change, but it didn't feel like a, oh my goodness, this wasn't here before, and now it's suddenly here. It felt more like, oh, we grow a little bit, but it's fine. To me. I'm just more thrown off by the fact that she said she supposedly had to sell away her imp that just so happens to get into Belle's ham, that also just so happens to poison her because she, quote unquote, had to survive when she was making commission off of Belle's stuff.
I feel like there's just lies going on there.
Yeah,
honestly.
I think it's just a lie of why she did it. I think she at least had an idea. Or maybe she could have even been hoping that the poison stuff from her imp would either get a bedridden or demotivate her or make her not... make Belle not right so she could get the script. But when she realized it wasn't working, she wasn't going down, she switched tactics to using that as an excuse to get the D's to come in for a fallback and bringing in Hill to pin for mortal because her plan before didn't work.
Yeah, it's like, well, that didn't work. Time to go kill him.
Yep, well, that didn't work. Time to kill. It's precious little time left.
Who's next?
Let's see. Oh.
No.
That's the last one.
Yeah, sure is.
He's a dick. Goodbye!
Yeah. Goodbye! Thank you for watching!
Did you want to say anything about this one? Because I'm good ending it there.
It's sort of on the nose. He has,
He's
very
on the nose.
He has
the
authority
badges that
issues,
look
as
into
in
the eyes, and it only works
He
if
has
you feel him.
he wants to intimidate people into like respecting him, basically. And the eyes are just like basically just a visual manifestation of the commandeering presence that he wants to have.
They just doesn't. Well, he does if you don't really know him.
I guess if you don't know someone and they randomly just say something, it's like he would have to present himself in a certain way, which being a lieutenant and having the uniform and the
in
medals
Navy.
is a way of getting a step up on people you've never seen before, because it's like, oh, this is an important person.
Yeah.
There's already inherent authoritarian feelings when it comes to
And he sucks.
seeing someone who represents the military. So that's probably why he so proudly wears it on his chest so everyone can see.
Yeah, and constantly with hell.
Yeah. He's an asshole. Thank you
Yep.
for watching, everyone.
Goodbye!
Bye!